Welcome back, everyone. If you're new here, my name is Bryan Jenks, and today is the long awaited debut of my updated comprehensive Obsidian and Zettelkasten workflow. That's probably the most popular video on my channel for my 2020 version, and a lot of things have changed since then. And between each of these videos, or even every individual video, I'm constantly updating, changing, and improving my workflow. So what I did back then is a far cry from what I'm doing right now. So it's been really necessary to have a new updated video on all of my system, what is in this system and what goes on. This isn't going to cover all of the granular details simply because I don't want to make this run on for days. So it's going to be a long video. It's going to be a lot of timestamps, and you'll probably see the chapter markers in the video, but it's finally here. I finally got it started. I came over and, finally got over my executive dysfunction, and I'm finally making some progress on this. So hopefully you enjoy this video because it took me like 8 months to finally get up to working on it. Thanks, ADHD. So hopefully you'll enjoy this video. Stay tuned. All right, so end to end, what does my system look like? From how I process inputs to how I manage tasks, how do I keep up with all the things that are going on, all the notes that are in various stages of processing, what applications do I use, how do I use them, how do they all tie in together, and how do I leverage each of their benefits and minimize their shortcomings to maximize how productive and how useful what I'm doing is. All of that is going to be covered in this video. All the things and all the applications that I use in my workflow, how I use them to a varying level of detail, but we're going to cover all of this today. And we're going to start off with some very important points, like what is a PKM and productivity system? The best ways to support the channel are, if you're going to do it on an ongoing basis, GitHub sponsors because they take no fees, followed by Patreon. If you're going to do like a one-time thing, buy me a coffee, PayPal, or just fine. And if you just want to support me without any money involved, the best thing you can do is like, comment, subscribe, share the video, and that's it. Keep in mind that even though I've made this video, it's finally up here, you're finally seeing it, that even as early as the day after this video is posted, I will probably be changing something. This entire system, and even your system, should be fluid. You should not focus on the newest, shiniest tool or use every single add-on plugin extension that exists. You need to focus on what will actually help you get the job done, produce value, move you closer to your goal, not just what is popular, what is everyone else using, what's the latest shiny thing. No, focus on the results, your goal, what actually moves you forward, and what actually helps you get work done. These are topics of focus that I need to pay attention to because I have to deal with ADHD and trying to do things, even things I want to do. So I need to focus on what actually helps me get things done and not just what is interesting and shiny, because that is how I will just spin in circles and not actually achieve anything meaningful or productive in my time. So keep those in mind as we work through this video, is that any of these things can change at any point in time. And I'm probably not going to be putting out another one of these videos for a very long time because look how long it took me to do this one. So with that, let's get started. All right, breaking down the system. What is a PKM system? PKM, Personal Knowledge Management. Now, a lot of what I'm going to say is a lot of the things that are very popular going around in this space right now, or are just my personal opinions. And I'm going to share my screen and just basically show you the script for this video because honestly, trying to film this normally is already becoming too much of a hassle for how my brain works. And it's just easier for me to follow this outline. And it's even easier if I don't have to context switch between clips to show you and talk and whatever. So, you're going to get a little bit of the behind the scenes look because I honestly just don't have the energy, the mental willpower, or the ability to just do this like an ordinary YouTuber. So here's my screen. Now on the right hand side is my question. What is a PKM system? On the left is actually the script for this video with collapse stuff, but what is a PKM system? I spend a lot of time thinking about this. What actually goes into a personal knowledge management system? And the first thing you need to identify is, what is your end goal? What is the product or the desired state that you want by doing this? Otherwise, why would you do this? Just for fun? Maybe, but then fun is the end product, the goal. So you need to know what you actually are trying to get out of this so that you have a direction or a goalpost to identify and walk towards. And what goes into that is, like, do you want a formal document like a thesis or a paper? Do you want creative output like writing or D&D, world building, fiction writing, video scripts, ways of organizing your content? Do you just want a tool for thought, so studying and thinking and using SRS, spaced repetition software tools, to help you remember and learn information? Or do you just want to get more value out of your notes? Escape just typical rote memorization, passive learning of just listening to lecturers or reading notes or reading textbooks and not actually getting any value, any meat out of it? Do you want to just get rid of useless, forgotten notes and actually have things that you can return to over time, that you can curate and create to be very valuable, quote unquote, evergreen notes? Lots of buzzwords in this space these days. And do you just want to escape the typical trope of, I'm in class and I'm just writing down exactly what's said verbatim? Transcription. That's not helpful for learning. And honestly, you could just use a tape recorder. So what is your desired end goal? What do you want to get out of this system? Now, once we've identified our goal, we need to be able to capture ideas and items that float through our heads as they come. Because ideas like emotions are just visitors. They are transient, they pass through, and if you want to make sure you can grab them, you need to have the ability to quickly grab them, put them in a trusted location, and return to them when you have the time, the context switch that you're in that zone to do it, and just the ability to think and process something that might require a level of depth of thought that you don't have in the present moment. That's definitely something that I need a lot of. So quick capture. Capture your notes. Capture through your daily notes. Capture through task management software. What are the ways that we can quickly, efficiently capture ideas, thoughts, notes, and just maybe even writing prompts for yourself, like thinking about, I'm driving and, oh, what about, why do we have wheels? How did the wheel form? What was the thought process behind inventing the wheel? What was the first wheel? Just the information about that, researching that might actually spur on additional thoughts completely out of the blue that are completely unrelated to wheels, but something sparked your interest and you wanted to capture that and not lose that train of thought. We need to have a quick capture system to capture all these ideas. And this is also tying in with GTD, the Get Things Done Productivity method, where you quick capture your tasks in a trusted location, refer back to it, process, organize, and execute on those tasks. A lot of these types of systems, productivity, personal knowledge management, knowledge organization, all of these things tie in with each other. So their benefits and their drawbacks can either synergistically improve each other or shore up the weaknesses of each other. A lot of these types of methods and tools are all over the process, all over the system, and all over the place, that you can use what works best wherever you might want to apply it for your workflow, but also where it might actually cover the deficit of some other tool that you're using. So pay close attention to what you need out of these applications, how they work for you, what you want to use them for, and how you might be able to use them better. I switched the screen sides because I figure I can never remember to actually increase the font size for the mobile viewers. So here we go. Anna's on the side where my face is not. Next thing, status tracking. All right, we have our goal. We have a way to quickly grab things and process them later in a trusted location that we can always refer back to, so we take up no cognitive load, no mental space. It's always known to be in that drop point. So we have all that. Now, once we begin to process things, how do we actually track the status? I just captured this, it's brand new, it's in the quote-unquote inbox. Or have I done some work on this? Have I gathered some preliminary ideas? Have I made a few basic bidirectional links and connections between this and other ideas that I want to flesh out? Or have I spent some time fleshing this out and it just really hasn't found a solid home in my system yet? All of these different stages of processing are stages of tracking this piece of knowledge, this information through your system and wherever it goes. Ultimately, however you treat your system, whether it be atomic notes, evergreen notes, a pure Zettelkasten system, however you want to structure this and organize it is really up to you, up to your unique desired goal, output, process, workflow, how you think and do things. But there's going to be a status component to things. There always is. So how are you going to track status? How are you going to deal with it? So because you don't want to lose things in the shuffle, because if we're capturing everything, all our notes, thousands of notes in a single location using some of these tools, methods, and approaches like Zettelkasten, a top-level free-form pool of notes connected through links, not folders, then you're going to have a way of tracking when things are done, or when they need to be looked at for their first go-around. Another very important facet after tracking the status of items is search. How do you find what you're looking for when all you have is a faint idea of something? Because again, another point of these systems is to have all of your information and knowledge in a single place, but we're not using folders. It's a free-form pile of information. So how do you find what you want to find in that mess? Because it's a mess if it's not in folders, right? Wrong. There are several methods of looking through, sifting, filtering, and finding what you're looking for in your system. And because everything we're doing in Markdown and in Obsidian is based on basically plain text, using plain text, it makes it incredibly easy to find what you're looking for through standard tools that have been around for decades, that are used by programmers, people who work with computers, and are not always quite so intimidating. We have textual searches. And there are several things in here that I don't know, I'm not going to claim that I popularized them in some of this space, but I like to say that a lot of it caught on a lot more when I started bringing some light and attention to it. But simple things like a special symbol taxonomy. Taxonomy being just a method of classification and assignment of classifications to items in a collection. Basically, if all of my book notes begin with a special symbol, then that is a piece of my taxonomy. I have a breakdown of this symbol is equal to that one to this, that one to this, and that way I can easily categorize and organize things. This special symbol taxonomy is a homegrown organization system that doesn't really play nice on Windows, but when you add a special symbol or character to the beginning of a note, it will help with search later on. And we're going to go through all of this in live examples later on too. But special symbol taxonomy is something that I like to use, and it's not as robust as several other options that are out there, such as the Library of Congress classification system, or something that I've gotten from my friend Bree Watson, is a very much more robust method of granular classification when you really need to capture a world of knowledge, such as all writings by female Norwegian authors in the 1860s on the subject of cats. Like, there is a classification system that can be that granular and detailed. It's just overkill for me, for what I'm doing. This special taxonomy symbol system and what I use it for works beautifully for me. And others, I think, have also found success with it. So that is one method. Using regular expressions. Regular expressions are basically pattern matching, looking for every instance of a singular word that is followed by another word, or maybe you want to find all notes that actually have a real email address in them, or find all telephone numbers that match one of 3 different telephone number patterns. All of those types of pattern matching searches are possible through regular expressions. Regular expressions are incredibly powerful methods of searching through text, which is why they are incredibly useful and prevalent on command line systems that deal with text, such as Bash on Linux or Mac, and are a very valuable tool in your tool chain. So do check those out. Also, we just have plain searches. In Obsidian, there's a bunch of Boolean logic where the path can be in this folder, where the title of the note starts with this, or add a regular expression in there, but basically saying it has to meet this, and this criteria, or all of these criterias. And any way of structuring those searches through a little bit more of an English type of question answering is native to Obsidian, but there's a lot of other types of applications and tools that utilize that, but just plain searches with Boolean logic. Boolean meaning true or false. It meets the condition or it doesn't. And then also relevant dates in the title. I use daily notes with an ISO 8601 date. ISO 8601 is a date standard that says year, month, day, and is separated by dashes. And I do that specifically for everything because that will always correctly, chronologically sort your files. It'll sort them by year, then by month, then by day. A lot of people like to say that, well, that doesn't sort to the most, what you're actually working on top of mind, or what's most recently edited, or whatever. There's been a lot of different excuses and different ways about talking about this, but honestly, I will always prefer ISO 8601, and I've done this for years, because I can easily just change the filter or sort or whatever on any file, anything that looks at files, to sort by title, and now everything from the present day is at the top of my list or the very bottom, and I'm looking at the oldest thing. I will always use that, and I use this in my titles of my notes, especially with my special symbol taxonomy. It can say, a curly brace for a book, and then the date, ISO 8601, of when I processed that book. That means in my file system, my book notes are also chronologically sorted because it's first the symbol that groups them together in the search pane, but then also the dates in the titles after the symbol is the next piece of sorting, so it sorts by symbol, then by date, then by title alphabetically. I'm not reading tons of books per day, so it's not really an issue of concern. But this plays in later with some of my searches and my queries and how to structure a timeline of how and what I process because of how these things work with these dates. A date is a very important piece of metadata to add to your notes and your system because it drastically aids in search through a temporal component. Playing off a little bit more on some of these other ideas, we also have association traversal. Association traversal is probably the most value-added part of this application, Obsidian, or these tools that actually use bidirectional wiki links. And association traversal is as simple as a soft link like a tag, which says, regardless of context, anything tagged with this tag is now in your results pane. I want to search for this tag, here's everything that's been tagged with that. Whereas hard links are actually more poignant. They're actually more important and more robust of a link, because you're saying directly, I don't want this to just be, okay, everything tagged with this tag. No, I want to say this note and only the notes that are directly referenced by it. So that way, you're only looking at the things that you personally, directly chose to link to your current note. That is a hard link, something intentional, something direct. Whereas a soft link is like an umbrella, a hard link is like a pointer finger saying that one. And then lastly, we have filters. So let's just say you don't have a hard link, but you only have soft links. Get through your tags, and you want to add filters where tag equals this, and this, and this. So it has to have all three of these tags, or has these two tags and has an outgoing link to this particular note. Let's say I'm looking for a specific note on ADHD, so I know it's connected to my ADHD mock. So I can say with an outgoing link to ADHD, but it has these two tags, and it has to have all three of those criteria and to match to give me my note result back. That is the idea of a filter, or a saved search in Obsidian that you can capture everything you want about a particular topic, idea, or whatever your filter is, save it, put it into your starred searches, and now you have a filter to start off with your association traversal. You have a particular subset of notes you want to flesh out more, you want to quickly search for them, find them, and then deal more with that particular subset of knowledge in your knowledge base, save it as a filter, and now you can traverse all of those note associations and build more. Next, we have the simple topic of what type of structure do you want in your personal knowledge management system? Maybe your approach and what you're doing, or how your brain works, how you think about things and organize, does still call for folders instead of the free-form network graph map of content type of approach. Well, here's what we need to think about. Is your structure more rigid or less rigid? If it's very rigid, you want to have folders. You want to categorize, organize, and folder and sort and filter and file things away. That is a rigid organization system. And from more rigid to less rigid of a system, we have several different options here. And these are some things that I found, and some things that I've liked, used, and use myself. Johnny Decimal, very, very useful and interesting system. It uses a minimum and a maximum, it uses a maximum of like 2 folder levels of depth. So you're not dealing with 7 levels of nested folders. Everything needs to be organized in a particular way, but with a level of depth that doesn't lose any of your information. Again, the caveat to folders are there's going to be times and issues where you need to ask yourself the question, this note belongs in 2 places. Do I make a copy and put it into both folders? Do I create a brand new folder? Or do I just pick one of those folders and put it in there? That is always my biggest connection with folders, is that I might have something that needs to be put into 2 places at once, and I don't know what to do with it. What if it belongs in more than 2 places? I need to be able to flexibly put it into every separate area of context that it belongs without having to make copies, bloating up my notes and my system. And I just need an easier way to manage this without having to think about where does this get filed? Where does it go? I don't want to have to think about that. And with ADHD, I can't handle that extra level of processing and cognitive load of just thinking, where do I file this? Throw it onto the pile. Have a flexible system to categorize, tag, organize, and network graph relationships around it so that I don't have to deal with a rigid classification, taxonomy, and filing system for my notes. I can just toss it on the pile with its metadata as it is and easily come back to it with status tracking, search for it with textual searches and regular expressions, or as we're going to get through in this video, there are several approaches. But that doesn't mean that you need to just throw out every single approach you have in anything that you do with folders. It simply means that there are some better applications of folders where they might be more applicable, and others where there might not be. Maybe you need a dedicated folder system for organizing your research papers in something like Zotero. Maybe, maybe not. We'll get into that. But I really like Johnny Decimal. I still need to port my personal system over, but my work machine for at work, I use Johnny Decimal. It's a really great system for keeping everything organized in minimal folders. And in the end, you can always just do a quick bar search. Like in Windows, you can just hit the window key and start typing, and you might find the name of your file. Or you can set up a bunch of like script stuff like I have in PowerShell to traverse your Johnny Decimal folder network. But in any case, Johnny Decimal is a pretty rigid system with great rules to keep you in line and organized without lots of bloated folders and nested folders. Less rigid is just a free-form folder system where it's basically you decide whatever you want to do with your folders and you go nuts. You do whatever you want to do. There's no rules. It's the wild, wild west. This is where I was before, and I don't like living there. I like Johnny Decimal for when I need that rigidity of a system, but I prefer freeform and maps of content when it comes to dealing with this type of idea connection and just free-form knowledge. Now, this doesn't get into my technical notes, which I actually have in logsec, and I might touch on that later too. But this is purely Zettelkasten, my ideas, things I think about, and literature notes from reading and writing and watching videos, listening to podcasts, etc. After these rigid ideas, we have these more free-form ideas, maps of content and just pure free-form. Maps of content are when you have a simple, and I've heard it referred to as a higher order note. Instead of just saying, these are all of my notes on ADHD, it would be, here is a note called ADHD. And on that note is a link to some of the most prominent and well-connected notes on ADHD. I don't need to connect every single note to my ADHD mock. Map of content, mock. I don't need to connect every single note to that, because then it just gets to be link bloat on my graph. What I need is jumping off points. I want to look at a particular topic. So on my index, my home note, my single point of entry into my system, here's all the major topics and areas that you cover, talk about, write about, care about. Here's ADHD. Oh, let's go there. Okay, we're on ADHD now. What do I want to see? Do I just want to see a sea of links and get lost in that? No. I want to look at that and say, okay, you're on the topic of ADHD now. It's a prominent topic you care a lot about. There's a lot of information you have on it. Here are the major concepts of ADHD and the notes about those concepts linked into this mock. Oh, I want to look at that concept. And then maybe that is the level where everything related to that concept connects here. But as your system grows and evolves, maybe you need a little bit more of a tendril growing system where it branches out kind of like a binary tree. These tendrils split, 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 and they continue to fork and branch out as your ideas grow. So not every note needs to be connected to every other note, or not every note needs to be connected to your index or your mock for that topic. And lastly, freeform is really just, again, wild, wild west, but on the polar end of the spectrum. There's no mocks, there's no folders, it's just a literal pile, and all you do is just search, or maybe use tags or textual searches, regular expressions, filters, whatever. But if you don't use mocks or connections, and it's just freeform, it can work. But I personally would see a lot of growing pains in the future when you're trying to continue to grow this system, and it gets harder and harder to find things without a little bit of organization. And you need to have that organization or that approach that can also scale with you. And that's the whole point of a lot of my systems and setups, is that I want something that is simple enough, but not too simple, but that can continue to grow and expand as my system and my note volume does. I don't want to have to do a lot of major refactoring and changing over time. I simply want to have enough to help me cut through the noise, get to what I care about, but as I continue to grow and evolve and add to this system, it will flexibly grow and evolve with me with minimal change and overhead. Next, we have temporal components. I've already talked a little bit about the metadata and association, not association traversal, but textual searches with dates and titles and things. But the temporal components are something like, on this day, on my daily note, I have a link to all of the inputs that I processed. On this day, I listened to these 2 podcasts, watched these 3 videos, and started these notes from those inputs. Having that temporal component of your constant timeline through your daily notes, or basically just a journal even, or you could just write about what you're actually learning about. I actually use mine as a personal journal, but it doubles as this. So you can actually have this temporal component of your daily notes to add timelines through your links. So on this day, I processed this input, but it's connected to that daily note because that's the day that I processed it. And maybe that might help you jump between, okay, well, I was reading this book and, oh, I processed this book on that day. Let's go to that day. Oh, also on that day, I processed this podcast. You know what? Actually, that actually has a note that I can connect to this book and that book's note. Oh, something is simple, simple example, but that type of association and random traversal through these associations and links through these temporal components can come in handy. It also shows progression through material. So let's just say you broke up your book, a very massive volume, into like 10 sections. And over the course of a few months and on certain daily notes, you tag when you completed one of those volumes. Well, that through the links on these actual sub pages, or even just a main page when you continually add notes to it, will show you through daily notes a timeline of how you process this. Or each of those sections of that book could be its own note with its own temporal component in the title of when you finish that section, and now you have that to add to your timeline. Again, just showing progression through material and kind of like a log of your journey to knowledge. It's also a very low way to begin working in the system, a low friction way of beginning to work, because like Roam Research or LogSec, when it just drops you into these daily notes, you're just in the daily note. What do I write? I don't know, write whatever. Today I read this book. Then you go onto that page. It's the same approach. Obsidian just has a few other paradigms that make it not quite as rigid as those other outliner applications. You don't have to start only with daily notes, but it is a great way to actually break into this system with maybe a couple writing prompts and begin from there. And like I said, great entry point into this type of system. So now that we've identified goals, ways of searching, filtering, associating, and traversing our content, our notes, we need to start thinking about what are the types of inputs and things that I'm going to be putting into this system. I'm going to be reading, writing, watching, listening, and learning from different sources. How do I capture that information in a useful, poignant, and actually processed way? I don't want to just be a transcriber and write down whatever the professor says. I need to actually be thinking about what was the main point of that lecture. What did that make me think about? How do I take that lecture and put that into a specific type of note? This is when we think of types of inputs and the tools to work with them. We need the ability to discover, to acquire, to store these inputs, processing them, marking them up, archiving them after we're finished with them, and using them for reference later. All of these different types of uses of these inputs should have, you should have an idea or an approach for what you want to do with each of them. Like for instance, if I'm going to do a research paper, discovery, you got connected papers, citation gecko, research rabbit, acquisition, you have, open papers you can just download, or if you are of the type who believes that research should be completely open, there's resources like Sci-Hub or LibGenZ. If you want to store them, you can put them into Zotero, or you could put them into a cloud hosting service. To process and mark up, you could put them in through the PDF reader Highlights, which is my preferred one on Mac. So you can put that through there and mark it up there. Or when Zotero finishes their shiny new beta, you can use their homegrown PDF editor and markup system with Highlights. There's some good work going on there. Archival, just tag it with something in Zotero to make sure that you've processed it, if you're even going to archive. Or reference. If it's in Zotero and it's a research paper, you got your bibliography entries. But if you want to reference that in notes, then you could simply reference your paper as a note and all the details and notes on that paper in Obsidian. Well, the paper actually lives in Zotero, but inside of Obsidian, you actually have all of your notes for the paper, and anything connected to it is referencing that paper. And maybe you might even give the note for that paper an alias, which is the site key for that paper. It could be, let's just say, Bryan. Jenks Bryan 2021 would be the site key for this video. You cite this video, then you could easily just have a note for it with a very long verbose title, the date component, the special symbol, but the alias for the note is simply that site key, Jenks Bryan 2021. And now you can easily reference that paper, video, note, input, idea, whatever, in any other note by using the typical citation key you might use in other tools, editors, or applications. These are the types of thoughts you should be having about what you're putting into this system. So once we got our notes in here, maybe we need some help actually thinking about, what about this? What do I need to say about this? How do I flesh it out? What do I connect it to? And this is where something called thought facilitators, or maybe it's just me calling it this, but this is where these might come in. And I really only have one right now because I honestly just don't have a lot of trouble with this at the moment. But I made a video about ABC lists, about just listing out A to Z, all the letters, and simply saying, when you think of this note, what are some words that come to mind? Put them on that ABC list. If you're thinking, this note, apple, the word apple comes to mind, put it next to the A, and just continue with that. Build out your ABC list and think about what notes might connect to some of those words and try to build those associations for where you might actually connect and settle this note in to your web network or your evergreen notes. Once we've created these notes, we've done some of these thought facilitating activities and exercises to really flesh out these notes, the content within them, connected them to where they should be living. They are evergreen. How do we continue to curate this large knowledge base? You have thousands and thousands of notes. How do you begin to even think about curating this large system? Well, libraries have been doing large data set curation for millennia. Because they have so much knowledge to manage, they have robust systems in place. But what do we have for these little tiny personal knowledge bases? Maybe the library's classification system is just way too much overhead for what you're actually trying to do. Well, for curation, here's some thoughts and ideas. Picking a topic and following it, and following its rhizome. And when I say rhizome, I mean like the root system of a plant. And I have a note that's actually referenced here where the benefit of an analog Zettelkasten card system, the actual traditional Zettelkasten on index cards, the benefit of it is being laid out on a desk. It's flat, it's all laid out, it's spread, it's top level. Everything's at the same level. You can organize and move these cards, put them next to each other in stacks or however you want to organize them to think about how you're going to connect those thoughts together. And the benefit of this analog system is that it's all there. It's all present. It's all top of mind, top level. Well, that's where I really like this sliding panes plugin in Obsidian, and basically we all used to call it Andy mode from Andy Matushak, whose website has this for his notes. And it's a really great way of laying everything out flat digitally while still having the benefits of a digital system, which really is just way powerful search, tagging, and quick capture and just search. It's just amazing with what we can do with digital tools. We also have, for curation, following its rhizome, yes, just following whatever is connected to this note to just, walk your system. Just walk randomly, see where you go, fix things up as you walk along. It's kind of like walking a forest trail and, there's a giant log here in the way. Let me just kick that over the edge there and now the trail is clear. It's kind of like curating like that. You're just taking a walk through your system, clean things up as you walk along and as you see them. If you see a job that needs doing, it's yours. We also have random local graph traversal, much the same. Instead of systematically following a rhizome, basically every note connected to this topic, here's my ADHD mock, I'm going to go through every single subject area. Then after each of those subject areas, I'm going to go through every single note connected to that and just follow the entire domain of information and curate that way. We have local graph traversal. I'm only going to look at things that are connected directly to this graph, or I'm just going to walk this graph. Go jump there. Oh, what's connected to that one? Jump there. Jump, 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 and find your way to somewhere random and just curate as you go along. There's also, and one of my favorite approaches, is there's several folders in my Obsidian vault that I don't want to have brought up in a random search. Like I don't care about curating my daily notes because those aren't meant to be curated. They're just my journal, my snapshot. So I ignore several different folders. I ignore several different other things. And basically I say, I only want to see the things I want to curate. And I have that as a saved search in Obsidian. When I click that search, it only shows results that I actually would care to curate. Then using the smart random or open random note from search, whatever the Obsidian plugin is for this, it opens up random notes from your search results. So using those two pieces of functionality in tandem, I then only open up random notes from a search of notes that I actually care to open and curate. And that is my personal and preferred method of curation, is I just randomly hop through things, or if I just happen to be on something, I'll fix it or tune it up. There's also the ability to set intervals to review things using the review plugin. Let's just say you use the review plugin and you want to make sure, I want to review this in 2 months to see what I think about it in that time. You can use the review plugin, and now 2 months from now, on your daily note, it'll have a link to this current note you want to review and say, oh, hey, 2 months ago you said you wanted to look at this. Here's a link. Go look at it. And that's a great way of following up on some of these things too, in a more structured manner where you say, I really want to make sure I look at this in a month or two. And you can do that. Review plugin with natural language processing dates. NLP dates, I think, are the other two plugins you might need to do that type of functionality. Great approach as well. So now we basically walk through the actual work and structure and architecture of this type of information system. We've got goals, we've got approaches, we've got tools, we've got notes, they're connected, they're curated, and we're good to go. What comes after this? Well, now that you have the actual meat and potatoes, it functions, it actually produces, it has, it actually is meeting your goals, moving you forward, it serves its purpose. Now we can get a little bit more into the fun things, such as aesthetics. First and foremost, a tool should work. It should be doing work, it should produce work. It should also inspire work and not just mire you in endless configuration. This is why you need to avoid just falling into the trap of testing out every single shiny new tool. It's always ask your question of, okay, this does this cool new feature, but have I really been missing this feature? Or would adding this new level of complexity to what I'm doing really also increase the value more so than the detriment of all this added complexity and overhead? If the answer is no, then don't use it. There are over 220 Obsidian plugins as of right now, and I might at most have 30 installed, and of those, I probably on a daily basis actively use probably less than half of them, if not even less than that. And most of them are just for changing how some things look. That's about it. You don't want to overcomplicate your system, because then you're just going to get mired in, oh, I need to make this work with this and this plugin, and I need to have this work this way, and I want to use that tool. And is it helping you get things done? Is it actually helping you produce work? Is it moving you closer to your goal? Or is it just a bunch of shiny tools? Don't get lost in just using the shiny toys. Do things that actually help you achieve your goals. Now, once you have some work getting done, maybe something will actually be fun, interesting, useful, and you want to actually implement it because you think it would be fun or you want to try it out. Totally okay. But don't get lost in those configurations. A tool should be nice to use and inviting. So ultimately, you don't want to be using something ugly that is just well, here we go. I got to use this thing again, even though this is what I use, but it doesn't look that great. You want it to look nice enough that you want to use it. You want to use your tools. Personally, though, something like Notion looks a little too shiny for me. Like it's too nice looking. I get too lost in configuration. There's too much nice, pretty stuff going on. Sometimes just raw, plain text, albeit with some colors, some highlighting, some special stuff added in. This is enough for me that is both nice and pleasant, but not overly distracting like something like Notion would be for me. And also, you can make it your own by customizing your CSS theme if you have experience with CSS. And if you don't, it's honestly not that difficult. Just do some Google searching and you'll figure out some basic CSS in no time. Honestly, I don't do web development and I only know a little bit of CSS, but I just know enough to really, ask the right questions on Google or to tweak what I have. And that's why I have my personal theme here that I give away in my newsletter. If you're interested in signing up for my newsletter where I talk about stuff like this, or just what's going on with me and what I'm looking at or doing these days, you can sign up to that in the description below. But yeah, your program should be inviting and you should want to use it, but that shouldn't be the top priority. And after aesthetics, maybe your system's been working for a while, you got a great workflow, it's going, life is good, but maybe there are some boring parts. Maybe there's some things you just don't want to have to do manually over and over again. This is where automation comes in handy. Now, what can be automated and what should and should not be automated? These are the important questions you also need to ask yourself. There are some things that probably could be automated better, but should they really? And I can't really give a specific example because there's not really too much automation of what I do in my system, but maybe there might be something that you set up, or maybe there's something you might want to do. Like, let's say you have a dashboard built through the mermaid charts in Obsidian that you write with a script and you put into your computer running on cron. Like, there's these types of things that you can do, and I've actually done some of these things. But is that something that really is necessary, or do you need to do that? Do you need to have that automated that way, or can you just use a plugin like Obsidian Tracker and have a chart that's automatically built for you based on some quick searches? These are the questions you need to ask. What is going on in this tool chain? What needs to be automated? What shouldn't be automated? How should it be automated? How can I reduce dependencies, potential issues, problems? How can I make this robust and flexible of a system? These are all the questions you need to ask yourself. And don't get lost and think you need to do all of this before you even begin. No, think MVP, minimum viable product. You need to just begin, start taking notes, get something started, get some traction, and then iterate over time, constantly add a little bit more robustness, a little bit more of a guided approach, and build it over time. You don't need to be like me and stress out and think you need to do it all before you really start to begin. No, you can start off with a measured approach and slowly iterate over time. Kind of like the agile software method, just iterate over time, but get the minimum viable product out there so you can just get started. Get your notes in the system. And on the same level of aesthetics and automation, something also a little bit extra that might be useful to you but not critical would be something like a smart lens, which would be a way of looking into your vault to gather insights or useful information, like using Mac smart folders, or basically, what notes have I edited today? And you could honestly just do that with a Dataview query, a Dataview plugin search query, but I've also noticed some issues where if you do large bulk assignment and replacements or modify lots of files with command line utilities like sed, then it kind of resets a lot of the modified time metadata on your files. So it kind of doesn't play nice with Dataview. So something like a Mac smart folder might be really useful. And I could do that and say, hey, show me a smart folder. Here's mine, today's work. And it shows me all of the notes that I've edited in my Obsidian vault. And here we go. Today, last 7 days, previous 30, April, etc. And these are a great way of getting an insight into what you've done in your vault today. Bam. But you also have some other options. You have network graphs with filters. So you have your Obsidian graph, this large network graph that you want to look at. So let's open up a new note over here, and let's just say graph. So we can open up our graph view, and here we go. We have our large graph. This is a very useful tool for having a smart lens view into your system. but it's too busy. How do I find what I care about? That's when you add some filtered searches and sorts and whatever. So let's just say I want to look for only my new seedling notes. There we go, and it'll filter and it'll show me all these little seedlings and everything they're connected to. This tag, these other notes, other tags, uncreated things. So here we go. This is this whole system, and I can remove some of this noise here. I don't want orphans or attachments, and I don't want tags. And I can see some of these seedling notes and what they're attached to. And right there, network graph views with a filter is a smart lens into your work, but also just higher ordered filtering by doing something like mocks. So let's just say I want to look for a tag, and this is going to be my mock tag, which is a map. So this will only show me my mocks, and it will show me only the mocks connected to each other. It shows me some other stuff that's unconnected here, or the notes don't exist yet, but this little network here shows me a web of mocks connected together. This is kind of like a meta view of my knowledge base because it's only showing me the major topic areas and how those topic areas connect to each other. It's kind of like an overlay of the giant pool, but these are also members of that giant pool. And this is another great way of getting a more intelligent view into your system just by the existing functionality. No extra tools, no code needed, just right here through some basic organization, tags, a symbol taxonomy, and however you want to structure and organize your work and knowledge. So we've gone through all of that, and all of that is basically saying, what is a PKM system? Personal knowledge management, what is a PKM system? That's like my idea about this whole space that I talk about on YouTube, that there are several other people in this whole space. That is my idea of what a PKM system is and what it comprises, several aspects of it. Not so much the esoteric woo-woo theory of knowledge curation, but like the actual practical approach. Using technology, what are some of the critical things as a human that I need to do? I need to make sure I can not have to hold this all in my head. I want to have it go to a trusted place. I want to have it organized in several ways that make it easy to search, sort, filter, and find what I'm looking for. I want to make sure I know the status of things, so I know what needs to be processed, what has been processed. I want to have an easy way of curating the system. It's so large, so just random jumping through and finding things and random interests and tangent, follow the pathway and fix as I go along is really the best way that I'm going to have to curate this system. So setting up all of these tools, approaches, and things to facilitate these patterns of work and philosophy on this system is what I'm focused on. I care less about why do we take notes? Why do we connect things together? The why is easy. You have your own personal reasons. Why do I want to do this? Personally, I like it. I find it fun. I want to connect my ideas. I need things out of my head because I can't hold anything up here with ADHD. But also, I want to have something where I can say, oh, I had that idea. I remember that. Here's the link to my note about it. And you can traverse that to all the other links and all the other thoughts in my head, in my public brain. But also, it has helped me as an active practice in spaced repetition do things like somebody starts telling me, there is that concept that humans can only be friends with, a small number of people. And, I forget what the number is. And I'm like, that's Dunbar's number. It's about 150 people. Only 150 people you can have close, intimate relationships with. And that's called Dunbar's number. How do I remember that? Because I have a note about it. And that is why I have a system. That's my why. And it could be different for you. You could have several different whys. But the whole why do we do this theoretical approach to this is not what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned with helping people and just honestly nerding out about, okay, we have the why. How? Where do I begin? How do I begin? And what do I do? I'm concerned more with those things than the why. Because the why, you have your why. Otherwise, you wouldn't be watching this video, you wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't be searching on YouTube for resources on Obsidian if you didn't care about why. So here we are, and that is what I think about the PKM system. So with all of that context and background established, let's go through my system and what I have set up that ticks all of those boxes and talks about all of those talking points. All right, kicking off. What are my goals for Zettelkasten and this whole system? I wanted creative output. I used it for YouTube scripts, Medium article generation. These two have kind of been falling away from just because I don't really seem to get a lot of productive work done on this inside of my Zettelkasten as much. So who knows if I'll get more value out of this, but these were two of the original creative outputs. One day I might be able to and have the ability to write a research paper. So all of the research papers and research I've done so far, I want to have something to start with in that process. So that's another one of my creative outlet type goals. But I also wanted an external framework for thought. Because I have to deal with ADHD, there's a lot of issues with not really long-term memory, but just remembering to think of my ideas. Also, those quick capture is an essential part of my workflow for me, because I have thoughts that are obviously transient thoughts like everybody else, but I can't hold anything like that in memory very easily. That's why, like, if I have to remember something, or I have to remember 3 things and I have to walk across my house to go write them down because I'm not going to forget them if I don't write them down, the entire time, just to not forget them from me walking from one end of my house to the other, I have to literally like chant them over and over again. You know, buy milk, brush your teeth, fold the laundry, buy milk, brush your teeth, fold the laundry, whole time until I walk over there, pen, paper in hand, and write it down or something. So having an external framework for thought to do quick capture, grab those ideas that just float through my head. Hey, voice assistant, in 5 minutes, remind me of prompt. And that helps me quickly add, those little ideas to something that I can come back to later, a trusted source, a trusted location inbox thing, to grab those ideas, notes, and thoughts and flesh them out and actually keep them, because your brain is meant to have ideas, not to hold on to them. Another reference, I believe, from GTD. But I needed that to have more, to keep more of my ideas, to actually flesh them out, connect them to each other, and feel like I have something growing, like my knowledge is growing, because I can't hold all that stuff in my head. That's why, leverage software in these tools, because now I have this tool to collect, capture, and connect all of my ideas and my information and thoughts together, and it forms a robust, knowledgeable framework and tool for thought that is also a companion that I can refer back to as needed for anything that I need, because it's all there, and it's basically just an externalization of my ideas, thoughts, knowledge, memory, and ideas. And it's beautiful, and that is one of my main purposes for having it. Another one is I have a lot of notes on statistics. So I've actually separated out as you can see in the next bullet, my technical content, the log sec, and I'll get into that next. But statistics, I have notes on statistics, so I can say, oh yes, this is how you calculate the standard deviation, and this is what a two-tailed t-test is. And where I might do that in this, and that's not an idea, that's just actual like technical, factual information. Why would you put that in here? I would use that, so that way, whenever I'm taking notes on research papers and I can see their methods that they went through and whatever statistical tests they ran, whatever sample size they had, the standard deviation, the distribution, I can look at their results in those papers, tag the statistical methods used. That way I can quickly jump back and forth between knowledge and notes and ideas about the paper, but also the actual factual content, content of their paper. And who knows, maybe you might actually catch something like, oh wait, that's not valid because of XYZ reason. But you can actually tag your statistical notes and actually figure out why. But also, because let's say they're using an advanced statistical concept, that advanced concept links to all of its component parts that are, easier and more minute and granular components of statistics. Like I don't need to know this whole big formula when I can just, the standard deviation on a normal distribution, you grab the mean and the median and you do this calculation, and I can have 4 notes to like the distribution, the standard deviation, mean and median, and all of those notes explain to me in detail what those things are, to then build up my conceptual understanding and this abstraction in my head of, okay, those 4 pieces form this big concept, and that's what I'm caring about. So then I can take that big concept, apply it to the paper, and it helps you build this idea and understanding of what you're reading, but in the frame of statistics and formal research. So that's why I actually have my statistics notes in my Zettelkasten and why they're likely going to stay there. I have migrated a lot, not all yet, still working on it, of my technical notes to logsec, because it is now my dev log. And I did this because I wanted that mutual exclusivity of systems. I did not want my technical notes mixing with my Zettelkasten notes, because my technical notes are literally just, here are some really useful snippets of Python code as it relates to the pandas library. Like, that has nothing to do with my Zettelkasten anymore, or anything that I'm doing in this system. So I wanted it to be mutually exclusive, and because logsec is working on this like web app type of interface, it works with GitHub, it can be private, it deals with Markdown, it's basically the same thing, but it is that rigid outliner, but with a lot of extra Roam research functionality. I made a great video on it recently about how I'm using it, and I'm not really like going overboard with setting up a comprehensive, really robust, complex workflow. It's really just, this is what works for me. There's a couple little things in here that makes it, quality of life is really great, but I mostly just use it as like a giant to-do system of, technical content to research and to review, flesh out my technical notes for myself, and kind of just keep a dev log of, hey, on this day, I learned about, Kubernetes and a little bit about this Docker command, and oh yeah, we can do aliases this way in Bash, and that type of stuff. It's not even anything more than that. So that's why I've actually moved my technical content out of Obsidian for the most part and into logsec, and why that's actually my preferred platform for that. I also was a little bit using my Zettelkasten for language learning. I've kind of moved away from this just because the overhead is not really being conducive to really facilitating a higher level of learning. Like the value provided by doing the language learning in Obsidian through like aliases on the notes, and because I'm learning Norwegian, so making the note names and their aliases to play and do this, it's just too much overhead. It's not really worth it for me when I have all these other great apps and tools and approaches. There's a great YouTuber I watch, Lindy Boat, who's an amazing polyglot, and I've learned enough about how to learn about language that I have enough tools that some of this is still left in my system, but I don't really use it for that anymore. But I do actually use it for ancestry a little bit. Now, this is actually a sub-vault within my current vault, along with my CRM. Both of these are not actually part of my Zettelkasten, they're just in the same vault, and I honestly should move them out. I just haven't because I've been lazy, so I'm probably going to do that during this video. But I do have my whole my family ancestry, network graph, connection, information system, all that interconnected stuff. I'm building my own homegrown solution to that, and I'm doing it in Obsidian because of all the plugins and utility features like Dataview and Templater and the network graph, and how to use all these tools, but as applied to family ancestry. So I have I think I have one video on that. Another one's coming soon. But these are all things I've done in here, but my main goals that I'm using this application and Zettelkasten for now is honestly just these three right here, mostly. One day I might write papers. I want to have all my knowledge, ideas, thoughts, and literature notes collected. I have an external framework for thought because I need to have all this stuff externalized around my brain, not held within it, and statistics for those research papers to facilitate understanding of the complex methods to validate research. Those are really my main goals, and some other like auxiliary functions and functionality that I have used this system for, but these are the main things that really drive my usage of this application, why I like to use it, and what I would use it for. So a lot of my approach really is built around these three main things. So next we have quick capture in my system. Now, we're going to finally start seeing some other applications and some nice things going on the screen, because I know you've just been listening to me talk for a while now, unless you've jumped around with the timestamps. But for quick capture, I actually use Todoist, and I love Todoist, and I've tried a couple other things, and it does enough to really be awesome, but it's not too busy to really distract me from what I'm supposed to be using it for, which is GTD, get things done. So I really like Todoist for this because it makes it easy to just press a 3-key combo on my screen right now. So bam, and now here is a taskbar. I can add a new task. I can say do the thing, but it also has NLP, or natural language processing. If I type anything that looks like a date, it's going to recognize it and actually schedule it for me. So I can say tomorrow, hell, I could even just say Tom, and it's going to think tomorrow because NLP. Really useful. I can do tags, so I can do @Obsidian, and I can actually give it a tag, Or I can also put it into a project. So I can say hash, I'm going to say to do, there we go, to do. Now it's in a project, it's got a tag, it's scheduled for tomorrow. I can give it a priority, P1, it's a top priority item. If I want to give it a comment, I can say, here's a comment. And there's even a new feature now that I don't think it's accessible on here yet, it used to be, where you can actually give it a description too for a more longer form type of display of content that wasn't just a comment. So I'll hit this now, and I'm gonna go hide my personal stuff, and I'll show you what my Todoist would look like after submit that task. All right, there's not too much here I really care about sharing. So here is my upcoming view for tasks in Todoist, and this is actually tomorrow. So tomorrow, July 6th, and here's the task, do the thing. And all right, we have a comment that we made. It's priority 1. It has a tag, Obsidian. It's scheduled for tomorrow. And now here is a description. We can give it, here is a long description. I can't spell, thank you, Apple. There we go, save. And now it has a description. You can close that, and the description shows us this little paper icon. There we go. And I could add subtasks if I wanted to, great. But also, now I can go to this to-do task, and it would actually be right here under the Obsidian tag. It's right here. And I could even look for top priority, priority 1 items, and here, where is it? Here it is, do the thing. So all these different ways of slicing and dicing through the information makes it really easy to quick capture tasks for later, and I can do it with a quick key combo. On this computer, I can also access Todoist through a web browser as a web app, so I can access this at work too if I wanted to quick capture that way. It also has the same kind of like API kind of thing as Trello, so I can send an email to a specific address, and then the subject and body of that becomes the task name and like description or comment. So all of that plus the mobile app. And then with the mobile app on iOS, you can use the shortcuts application to quickly create a Todoist task and have it sent straight to Todoist, no problem. So all these different things make quick capture in Todoist super easy, because I can say, hey, voice assistant, and I can't say her name, otherwise she wrecks my audio settings right now. Hey, voice assistant, add reminder in 5 minutes, do the thing in Todoist. And all you really have to add is in Todoist, and it will add it to that application instead of like, Apple reminders. So Todoist for quick capture is absolutely a godsend for me. I have all kinds of tasks and to-do items and everything in there to manage my life. And you probably saw a little snippet of it. I got my basic habits too. Take your meds, take your vitamins, all my basic chores, things I can't hold in my head. I hold nothing in my head. I basically outsource as much of my life as possible to software, because with ADHD, I can't manage that. I literally cannot manage my life. I externalize everything into software to manage myself, because that is the only way I can manage and function like an even semi-normal person. So Todoist is a godsend for me. Not sponsored, just love the product. And I use it every day, all day. The next thing I use for quick capture is note templates with tags that are already set. So whenever I make a new note that needs to be processed, it's a seedling. And I use my emoji system that, if you've been following the channel for any length of time, you know I'm big on using emoji. They're graphical, they're easy to understand, it's easy to get the idea, especially when you have like a definition of this is what these emojis mean in this context. And for instance, I have my tag taxonomy page that a lot of this stuff is completely public. If you ever want to access this, it's on my public publish page. But I have like this whole breakdown, and a lot of people have asked me questions about this, like how to read this and understand it. I'll just go through it quickly now so it's somewhere. But I use the nested tag system. So when that nested tag system came out in Obsidian, I definitely began to use it, and it's very, very useful. So I start off with any input into my system gets this inbox emoji first. That's the first level. The next nested level is, okay, what type of input? And that would be books, tweets, podcasts, etc. Any of these types of inputs, all the way down to thoughts. So thoughts, papers, articles, all these different types of inputs. Next is actually a color, which is what stage of processing. So if I have a brand new book input into my Zettelkasten that I need to process and I have not touched at all, like my notes, I haven't processed them, then it's going to be inbox, books, and then red. And that's going to change when I process it. Like if I begin, orange. If I'm done processing, but I'm still linking things together, or I'm sitting on it for a while, it's going to be yellow until it's finally completed in green. Now, papers are a little bit different in one respect, is that there are highlight colors and stuff to deal with my papers workflow that we'll get into later, but I also will have purple on here. And purple, instead of red, orange, yellow, and green, is an indicator from this type of highlight in my paper workflow, thanks to Bree Watson's tips and ideas, is that purple means that there are pieces of information or papers or other citations within this paper I just finished taking notes on that I still need to look up. So I could be completed like with all of my notes and doing everything I'm going to do with it on the paper. That's why it's green. But if there are things I need to follow up on or citations I need to like plumb the depths of a citation tree, then it gets a purple. And that's basically most of the tags that I have. I also have for just general notes, like the idea notes or the actual Zettelkasten, Zettels, evergreen notes, however you want to call them. It's a two-part tag, which is the first level is just a little memo emoji for the note, and then what type of note. It's either seedlings. I added ferns here. This means that I have seedlings, which are basically like an empty note. Like here's the title, and that's all the content there is. It's just the title of the note, because that's something I need to look at and flesh out. But ferns in this case would be the fledgling ideas that I have some basic information. I had an idea, I got the title, and I put something inside of the note to look at later when I can process. So that would be a fern. Incubator would be like, okay, I fleshed out this idea. I have my whole write-up, I am done. But I still need to link it to other relevant areas, or there's just nowhere else to really link it to, and I don't feel comfortable just releasing it into the wild because it's not really well connected to anything. So once it gets really well connected and it's just there in the vault, it's basically an evergreen note. It exists, it's connected to other things, and I can curate it over time. Now, I mentioned I did my quick capture and task management in Todoist. I do have to-do items along with the difficulty of the to-do items in Obsidian, and this isn't like some crazy robust system. This is literally just a quick way of making myself come back to something in line, usually, where I need to actually finish a task that as it relates to strictly this system, Zettelkasten, information, knowledge management, whatever. So these aren't like, take out the cans, take out the trash, brush your teeth. No, these are like, hey, this needs to have more relevant links, or you need to look up this particular concept, or does this relate to this note, or do you need to make a brand new note out of that? And it's just to-dos related to knowledge management. My map emoji is my maps of content. So when I filter my global graph by the maps, I get that higher level order view network graph of my knowledge base of only those maps. So that way it's a high level view of the interconnectedness of subject matter and material in my vault. The gear is just like general utility notes. Like I have a workbench, I have just basically things that make it easier to sift through the noise of my vault, or they serve a particular purpose. A Kanban board, a page full of queries, etc. Important, I rarely ever use this. In fact, I could probably decommission this. I don't think I use this on much of anything because if it's urgent, it's usually something in Todoist, but it's there still. I should probably just remove it. People, and this is for like my actual people notes. Like I have like my @ symbol and then the name of a person. Those are my notes on individuals. Usually it's like authors or notable people who I have linked to other notes or concepts. Now I might eventually expand this into being just a general catch-all people, into being something more like academics or technologists, or some breakdown of classification for different types of people. But for now, it's just general because right now that particular part of my vault doesn't really need to scale. I don't have a lot of people notes in my vault, so it's fine. And then this is just a little piece of information for myself that on my graph, I have different groupings where you can change the color, and these are basically what the groupings are. So when I need to know what the colors of the nodes are on the graphs, it's either this or my custom CSS. And that is my tag taxonomy node. Basically just quick points for me to remember what I'm doing when I'm tagging something. So returning back, on my note templates, I will auto tag with seedling. So I have a brand new idea. It's a seedling. It has not had anything done to it other than I have a title. So for that, I would actually just insert my meta template. Now this is where I use the templater plugin, and I will cover the templates I use and how I use them later. But for instance, my templater plugin is just, or my templater template is just meta. So meta is what I insert for any new note, whether it be an input or whether it be a brand new empty note. So you can see here that if it starts with one of my characters, then it's an input. And if it starts with an input, it actually inserts the input template, which is, the names of these things, article, paper. So if I opened up a book, template, inputs, book, and it has all this stuff. It has some stuff here. It has, my tag. It doesn't have a red status because I could just be entering notes that are already done. So really, I just leave it up to myself. And I have some Alfred app, and again, we'll cover later, Alfred app quick text expansions where I can just do something like RSQ, red square, RSQ, and I need to enter normal mode, RSQ, and it will enter the rest of the tag for me. And that's basically my quick way of doing that for any of those types of colors of status, for any of these tags on any of these inputs. So this whole template has a couple different templater pieces, and then it's just blank prompts and whatever. This is the book template. If it starts with a brace, then it gets the book template. So for instance, if I can create a new note, I'm going to call this brace untitled. And if I insert meta, it will insert the book template because this started with a brace character. Delete that. Now, this will do this for any type of the inputs that I have categorized because I have them all set up here. But if it's anything else than an input, it inserts my new note template. And the new note template is simply this, with a seedling. So this seedling emoji is what tells me this is a brand new untouched idea. It's got just the title, but that's it. And that's all you have and that's all you get. So with that, I can make a new note, type the title, insert meta, close it, and I'm done. Because this will get picked up later. And I was doing Dataview queries for new notes, but now I just have a new Kanban board, and I will cover that later as well. So all of this facilitates an easy, quick capture of notes as well if I'm just at my computer, but I also have Todoist if I need to capture it elsewhere. Now, I was using a combination of markdown tables and transcluded block references for Kanban boards made out of Dataview queries to show me my my notes, but I've since changed and I'm now using the actual Kanban plugin. So I have the lanes that actually have each of those emojis for different types of processing. So now I can see for seedlings, I have all these seedlings I have listed here. Now, these won't automatically update and add, but I figured that's okay because I have so much here that once I get through all of these and I change them to the evergreen status, that it's not going to be a big deal anymore because then I will, in my tag pane, see that, oh wait, there's a lot of seedlings still here and they're not on here. Or in this case, now what I can do is I can just add something through like a shortcut on my phone to add to quick capture on Obsidian, if not Todoist, to the inbox. And instead of doing inbox, I could also just add it to a new seedling item here on this Kanban lane. And this way I'm able to easily go through these, pick out notes I want to flesh out or finish, and then once they're done, I wouldn't actually put them in here unless they're like densely linked, and then I might archive them because I don't want all these notes linked to the Kanban board because that's just a useless link. So in that case, I would move it here when they're done, and then eventually I would just clear them out. But this is how I'm currently keeping track of items I need to process based on my emoji tag system. I do like the Dataview plugin Kanban board, but this is a little bit more interactive and I can actually schedule these too using just the native functionality. So I've chosen to go with the Kanban board, but both approaches are really nice. And just in case you wanted to see what my Dataview Kanban board looked like, it was really just 3 Dataview queries with the block reference underneath it. And it's basically just saying, hey, show me a table of the tags, and then a bunch of little fields basically showing me the created year, month, day, and then the modified year, month, day from the root vault where the tags equal, and then it's my where tags equal emoji. And this is the only way to get around the emoji issue, because you can't just say, yeah, I forget exactly what the issue was, but I was having trouble searching for, I think it was from tags equal this or something. So this actually works just fine, exactly how you'd expect, where tags equals, and then it's this emoji combination, and that would actually show me that content. And then I simply transcluded each of those block references, so there's, you know, that one right there, into a markdown table with the headers right here. So when rendered, it would literally just show me a list or a table with all the details of, you know, these are all things that are tagged with that. So both of these approaches are really useful for keeping on tab of your inputs. And if I zoom out here, you can probably see it better, but like, you know, if you go sideways, you can see all the different other ones. So the fern and then the incubator ones, and they're all the same items. And this would actually update automatically based on your tags, where the Kanban board does not. So depends on what your workflow was going to be. Do you want to do it a little bit more manual and deal with the Kanban board, moving things through? Or do you want to deal with it this way, where you have to go and edit the note, change the tag, and then refresh this page to see the updated results? But those updated results automatically shift things along. So it's really just dependent on what you want to do. And yeah, I mean, that's basically the Kanban board systems I've used. I don't use this one anymore, so I'm going to leave it as it is. Actually, I'm going to retain it, but that is the Kanban board. Now, this last portion of quick capture is something that I don't really do just because of my setup. So if you actually host your Obsidian Vault on something like Dropbox or iCloud, and you can actually access your cloud storage through your phone, then this is something that you can probably do, especially if you have an iPhone. On iPhone, there's the Shortcuts app, and Curtis McHale actually did a great video on this about how if you send a shortcuts, using shortcuts, you can actually create a new note into your cloud storage area, because it's basically just folders. Your vault is just a folder. So you can have an inbox folder in your vault and have a new note sent there from following a shortcuts workflow. Now, my vault is hosted on GitHub, so I don't really have any cloud storage for anything. So it's all on GitHub, and it syncs to GitHub on, I think, every half hour or hour. So I don't really have a use for that particular workflow. If it's quick capture I need, I'm probably just going to drop it into Todoist, or now I can just use the new Obsidian mobile app and just drop it into the inbox and make a new note in the inbox. So you can use either. It can either be shortcuts for even quicker, it can be Todoist, or you can just use the native Obsidian mobile app, which is actually getting pretty dang good. I don't use it too much just because I don't really do any of this heavy work on a mobile phone, but you can do quick capture straight to an inbox folder from the phone application. So that's really useful. Now, going through the rest of this, status tracking, categorization, and taxonomy in my system. How do we track status of items? So I've already gone over some of these things already, because I can't stick to a script that I write for myself. So the type taxonomy, we already went through that, about how I break down my entire emoji classification system, which things, which statuses, inputs, whatever. The types of inputs, I've done that on processing for their tags, but also the actual links to the actual characters for each of the inputs. So for instance, books would be the brace symbol. I also have these meta notes. So basically a note that is only named the brace character. And what that looks like is simply just, okay, what's all this? When I render this, it's literally just a title, a image, and then a link or a native Obsidian query for all of the book notes in the entire vault. And yeah, that's it. This is just literally just a note that links all books together. And honestly, I don't even think these are needed anymore. With the advent of Dataview, a lot of these types of needs are kind of met with Dataview already. So I don't really need these notes anymore, but I just leave them in just in case, especially if you're on like Obsidian Publish and you want to just see a backlinks to every book I have. It's really useful for that, because some of the functionality, like having Dataview actually work on Obsidian Publish right now, isn't a thing. So I have this on there just to make it a little bit easier. The query won't populate anything, but the backlinks will. So that will work for now. Now what that looks like is if I was on the Phoenix project, then you can see that in the metadata section up here, I have type and I have a link to this. So even if it doesn't pop up in the query, because the query and Dataview queries do not actually show results on Obsidian Publish, having this link right here will show this book as a backlink on the brace note page. So for now, I'll leave it, but that's that. So I've already talked about the status of processing through pages based on the tags. So that's, seedlings, ferns, incubator, and evergreen. That's just what I do. Not everyone uses that system. Not everyone has to use that system. That's just what I do. Tasks, I have them on their level of difficulty. Talked about that already. And Obsidian only has tasks related to the actual content I have in there. My actual task management is in Todoist. My utility items that are tagged with the gear. This is literally only a handful of notes. So if I actually went to my tags and went to the gears, I got a couple. Each of these shows something unique. So I have my workbench, which is literally just like a scratch pad. I was messing with a plugin there. It was the tracker plugin I was messing with there. But I also have like my Kanban board. I have a list of plugins and some of the settings about them that I have and use. I have some tools that I like, and just general utility things that make my life easier or that make managing this system easier. So these are just tagged with gears, and that's basically all that tag is and does. Important items, I guess I didn't actually finish this for myself, but I don't actually use that red exclamation point emoji for much of anything. I don't think I have anything tagged with that right now. Yeah, because this is just on the index or the tag taxonomy. Oh wait, no. I actually have something on top of mind, but it's obviously not as important as something like I need to do this today, because that would be in Todoist. So I don't really use that one too much. We will talk about maps of content and when it has, as it ties in with status tracking or categorization, all that later. I pretty much talked about all this already when I got caught up on my tag taxonomy, because the authors and people in general, I haven't broken out that classification yet. It's just everyone's a person, but I haven't broken out to be this one's an author, this one's an academic, this one's a technologist, etc. So I might do that when I hit some level of critical mass with the amount of people notes that I have, but I haven't reached that point yet, and right now it's working just fine as it is. And then again, the graph groupings in CSS. We've already talked about that. All right, next section. How do I find anything? So I've already talked about my special symbol taxonomy that searches for symbols like the brace for books. And what that looks like is if I open up the quick switcher and I type a brace, the only results I see begin with a brace. Or in this case, I have some other stuff from my code notes. These are going to go away when I transition fully to logsec, so you can ignore that. But when I open up a quick switcher and type a brace, I'm only seeing my books, the inputs for books. This gets even more powerful that if you have a lot of a particular type of input, like let's say you have hundreds of books or research papers in your Zettelkasten, and you want to look at all these papers, and you only want to look at things from a particular time period that you processed. I can do 2020, and right at the top. The only thing I have for 2020 is started at the top, so right there, I have, right there, tidy data. Everything else is still retained because fuzzy searching, so 202 and then 0 here. But if I did something like that, then it really filters it down. So in that way, doing a symbol and the date that you finish processing, or some date in the title, allows you to not only filter correctly down on an input type, but also when you potentially processed it, accessed it, downloaded it, whatever you decide that date in the title means. For me, it's when I completed processing the item or reading it. And adding these two elements to the title of the note already gives you a super powerful way of cutting through the noise of your vault, because now I can say, hey, only show me papers and only from this time. And you can start typing the time, and fuzzy search your way to what you want. Or in the end, if you remember, there was that one paper, ampersand data. Oh, there it is. There you go. So you can combine that fuzzy searching with some of these elements as well. But that unique character, that date, and the actual title itself makes it incredibly easy to find those inputs. Not to mention, we haven't even cracked open the tags for that yet to look at the tags and the statuses of those. So just the special symbol alone with the dates makes it incredibly easy to find the inputs. So let's mark those. Next, we have the regular expressions. So I don't use too many of these as much anymore. I think because, yeah, I mostly just use the native syntax for this one. This was my find random notes query, which is fine. So I don't really need to do too much of anything, but let's look for something. Let's try and find a search. So search, bam. And we're gonna look for, and it has to be in a forward slash, that's the word. So we're gonna look for a word, and we're gonna look for a word followed by the letter Z. And so it would find a ton of results, I'm sure. So then we need to find something that ends with a period. So, okay, interesting. And we need to close off with a forward slash. This alone is probably going to look for titles. So we can see all these titles, like we have a word, it's a single word, or in this case, it found a single word that ends with a Z and then begins with, and then starts with a period. So it's obviously finding the names of these notes. But that's looking for titles. This is a regular expression, but we can apply this to the content. And this is where we combine regular expressions and the Obsidian queries, because I can say content and then actually point it at this. Now, if we expand more context here, it might not show me what I care. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, so minimal text dot. And so this is what it's actually finding inside of the note. So this is when we're finding content based on a regular expression. And so you can do this, and you can find regular expressions that work for finding like, I don't know, email addresses, phone numbers. So I could run an email address regular expression in my vault and find any reference to an email address that I want. And it matches patterns. Regular expressions is basically just like black magic for pattern matching. So you want to find any pattern of text, regular expressions is how you do it. I don't use them too often in here just because I honestly don't need to with how much powerful functionality exists with Dataview, the native queries, the Boolean searches, and some of my organization with the special symbols and tags. But again, you got that hidden knife in your tool belt that you can take advantage of if you need to get that out there, but that's another tool in your toolbox. There's also just plain general searching. If I'm trying to find something, I can just plain search it because I make very long descriptive titles for my notes, because think of atomic notes. A single note is a specific unit of thought. So that single note is probably going to have a very descriptive title to make it easy to search, but also so I can reference it inline in text. So I could just input something and the whole displayed text of the paragraph is just the name of a link. And that's really easy to do. I can look for executive dysfunction. Okay, so right there, I found exactly what I'm looking for. I have these two, actually this single note that, and it's a reference here. So I found this just by searching through fuzzy text, and I could do task, management, and then right there. So we have fuzzy searching for some different things. That alone is already really powerful. Fuzzy search is actually really incredible, especially when you combine it on the command line with FZF or Fuzzy Finder. But moving on besides those things, beyond those things, we have the actual Dataview plugin. You get query blocks, which are the native Obsidian queries, which basically is any search you want to run in here, you can put that into a query block and get the same results. But there's a lot more functionality and polish on the Dataview plugin. I don't think I have too much of a write-up on here, but there's a bunch of examples on here of different Dataview queries that I have on here just for my own reference. And there's so much. It's basically just like writing SQL code or structured query language. You know, give me notes where this field equals this, sort by that, where this is equal to this, and sort descending from a particular folder, whatever. And it's a really robust way of asking for the particular data that you want out of your vault, especially because this plugin can look at your YAML metadata, which means you can make your own YAML key value pairs and Dataview can find them. So that's really, really useful if you're doing habit tracking on your daily notes and you input your habits in your YAML metadata. So for instance, if I open my daily note template, then I have, what's my mood, typing. I have like some touch typing I'm doing for my habits. I'm learning a couple languages, reading, daily reading, my Stoic quote of the day, and just some other stuff. So that's my daily note template. And so that way I can easily do my habit tracking, but with Dataview, because I can access these areas. So I can actually input the numerical value for my words per minute on typing and build a Dataview plugin or even a chart using the tracker plugin in Obsidian based on the YAML metadata from my daily habit tracking. So that's a really useful feature, is just building these queries to show information and views, smart lenses into your vault. And one of my absolute favorite one of these is my timeline note, which is really just a Dataview query that combines the supercharged links plugin to show some aspects of the YAML metadata for my inputs in that note. So the supercharged links, before we go and show you that, is a plugin that basically will show values from your YAML metadata right next to, before, after, or whatever on your links when they reference a particular link. So if I open up a book note, and let's just open the Unicorn project, and I have status green and type book. So those are two pieces of YAML metadata, key value pairs, that are not native to Obsidian. I wrote those specifically for the supercharged links plugin. So this one is the Unicorn project. Now if I, over down here, let's put it actually right here. And I'm going to do unicorn, if I can spell, Unicorn project. And bam. Now I actually have to render this page, which now in hindsight, I don't want to mess up my outline here. So let's actually open up our workbench. And I'm going to put that link here and render. So now, oh, hey, I have these two pieces of content before the name of the link. That's strange. So when I actually, but it's gone. That's because supercharged links just finds the link and, in my case, prepends those visual, the values. It could be text, it could be numbers, but it's all basically text, and emojis are basically text. So it will just render that on there. And that's really useful for my timeline plugin, or my timeline note, because on this note, which is my favorite, I just have some Dataview queries. The first one is basically finding where there is no type and there is no date in the, there's no type on the note and there's no date in the actual file name, which basically means find me all the notes that do not have a type and have not been completed, because I only put the date in the title when a note or an input has been completed. It's not pulling from any of these areas, which I can delete those because I moved those out now. Bam. Just get rid of that. And so now what these will do is that this will pick out all the things that don't have those and sort them descending based on the file name. And then this one will give me a list of everything except from my journal where the type is not null. Oh yeah, and type not null. And where the file does have a numerical value in the date, which really should only be my daily notes or these input notes. So that's why it's basically finding anything that is completed and has a type, or has a type and is not completed yet. So in this case, things at the top are not completed, things at the bottom are. And bam! This is my favorite thing, because now I have a list of all of my inputs that are not completed in processing because they also don't have dates in the title. But I also have these ones that have dates in the title because they're completed, but I haven't finished processing them yet. So in this way, I can easily see, and if I zoom out, it looks even better because of, actually, I just need to close this note. But when I zoom out, you can see, even though the descriptive titles cause a little bit of line breaking, but when you see all of these things lined up like this, I have a complete timeline all the way back from when I first started my Zettelkasten, of all my inputs, the type of input, the status, and the date it was finished, the symbol, all of it is completely organized here for a comprehensive timeline of all of the inputs into my Zettelkasten. This is absolutely one of my favorite notes in my vault, which is why it has a star. And it's a utility note right there. And that is one of my favorite things about some of these plugins. Supercharged links, Dataview, and just some ways of organizing your metadata. Now, I already showed you the Kanban board and how I'm dealing with that as well. So I have my inputs that way, but my Kanban right now is kind of just holding those ideas until I finish processing them fully into the evergreen notes. So that's what that looks like. And now the ultimate question. Why do all of this, all of this crazy organization, tagging, linking, taxonomy, setting up definitions about this means that and that, all the plugins, why do any and all of this? Ultimately, there are multiple ways for me to classify, tag, link, and organize things. I can find things based on particular tags or particular links. They're linked to the mocks. They're tagged with a particular inbox book emoji, or they have a special symbol in the name, or I can do a regular expression search. There are multiple ways to do this, and because there are multiple ways that are done very easily, and a lot of them are automated, a lot of easy ways to set up all of this metadata structure and architecture, it means that my system will scale as it grows. I'm going to have all these different ways of cutting through the noise of all of my notes as I continue to make and create more notes. So I don't have to worry about this, way down the line, I have 20, 30,000 notes. How am I going to find anything? I have this system. It's robust, it's flexible, and it works incredibly well. So I have all these different ways of filtering information, and I'm never going to have to really worry about scaling. Now, I've talked about this particular point on other videos and in my live streams ad nauseum, that tags are soft links and actual bidirectional bracket wiki links are hard links, and that there is a very distinct and poignant and important difference between how those two link types are treated and used in a scaling and robust personal knowledge management system. Soft links, or tags, group many items regardless of context. I could have an evergreen note about Python programming, an evergreen note about ADHD, an evergreen note about Dunbar's method, or Dunbar's number, and an evergreen note about some psychological disorder or whatever. Regardless of context, they are all evergreen notes under a tag-only system, which is why I don't really overuse tags. Tags to me are indicators of status or large contextless groupings. So I might want to quickly open up only my evergreen notes regardless of context, and then do the open random note plugin to only jump through my evergreen notes. That might be an actual reason to use a contextless tag. Otherwise, I do tend to just use them as indicators of status for processing for Dataview queries or other types of searches. Now, there's no backlink functionality for unlinked references with tags. They're not files. So the tag itself doesn't have any way of telling you things that are tagged with that link but don't exist yet. No, there's no such functionality. But with links, links are hard links, meaning that I am saying this file directly points to that file. And this is what I said earlier, is that tags are like an umbrella. Anything can be underneath it. But a hard link, a bidirectional wiki link, is like a pointer finger saying you. And with that, it's saying, I want that note. So if you're pointing at a note that doesn't exist, then that shows in that backlink for outgoing notes from your current one, or anything that points at that note. It shows which things reference you but might not exist yet, or what things are pointing at you that you might not know about. Now that can be regardless of context, but the context there is not these two notes pointing at my current note are all about ADHD. It's these two notes I said are associated with my current note on ADHD, and they actually have a reason to be linked and referenced. So that's not really contextless. The context is you decided that there is a context that exists and you want those three notes to be associated together via a rigid, hard, concrete link. That is why I don't overuse tags, but I really get link happy. So when it comes to links, I do link a lot of notes together, obviously for the same purpose. You link related notes. But I also do tags differently. So the way that people do tags would be like psychology, neurology, tools, society, any of these hashtag word, hashtag phrase that you might do to make a lot of text tag references to something. Those are basically how I treat tags in Obsidian, but my approach is a little different. So I'm just going to go to my workbench and say, other people might be like, oh, society or, psychology. That is not how I approach things. I actually use psychology or society, and I actually have links for this. If I hover over it, it doesn't exist. So psychology actually exists because that's becoming, that's actually a mock now because it's gotten so many links. But this ties into the point of my tags versus links video, which is my links both double for the actual, oh yes, this is related to this ADHD note. Correct. But it's also this tag. And that looks very different because if I open up the local graph for my workbench, we can see I've tagged society. Society doesn't exist. That note does not exist. The word society and a note named society.md does not exist. So that shows as a red dot on my graph. And how this is useful to me is that over time, as I make more notes that might tag themselves with society, this node will grow bigger on my global graph. If I show you my global graph, there are some red nodes. Now, if I filter out, because I don't want the red of my daily notes to get confusing, so if I filter out my daily notes, let's look for red. There's a lot of little red nodes and notes here. Here's a decent one. Bam, knowledge formation. And look how many green notes it connects to. Purple are inputs. Green is actually evergreen notes of any type of stage of processing. So this way, okay, that's got a lot of links. Maybe not big enough, but when it gets big enough, I'm going to make that into a mock. So that way I can see when these nodes start to get a lot of additional links and more things get tagged with it so that I can say, that is something I write a lot about. Maybe I should graduate that particular note that doesn't exist, knowledge formation, into a map of content because it is such a prominent topic in my vault that it justifies its creation. Like right here, Norse, that might actually be something. Who knows? So that is actually how I'm treating links. I never use these, never using hashtag text anything. I use emojis, and it's usually to do those contextless groupings, books, podcasts, tasks, and some of their nested tags for like statuses, just plain status, but then the links themselves are actually to real notes or to these tag notes that don't exist or eventually get promoted to a mock. Now, when I do that, and when I promote a tag note into a mock, here's the benefit, is that everything that was already tagged with psychology, it's just that, oh, this one doesn't exist, it's grayed out, but this one now exists. So basically, any note that was tagged with psychology is now linked to that mock. That's pretty awesome. Now, if I'm going to stick with my example earlier, I might need to refactor some of that stuff to make sure that I don't just have literally everything tagged onto the mock. I might need to do some parsing of stuff and change the actual structure. So here are the major topics of psychology, and then the notes connect to those, not directly to the mock, but at least to organize everything that I need, graduate psychology to a mock. Here's all of the related links. Great, now I know everything I need to edit and update for this mock to emerge and for the structure of all of this to get a little bit more robust. Shift everything down a level so it's psychology, concepts, then the notes. But that whole graduation process is something I can easily move forward with using this system because these tags already exist. And I just have to make the note and now it exists. And there you go. That's it. That's how I graduate my mocks, is that I link a bunch of stuff, I see the nodes get big, and I'm like, I'm writing a lot about that. Time to make that into a map of content. So why all this weirdness around tagging and linking instead of just using something more familiar like folders? Well, I mentioned before that folders raise the problem of, one, you might lose something in 17 nested levels of folders. Two, I have ADHD, which makes it very difficult to deal with the cognitive load of, here's all these files, I need to file them, where do they go? There's so many folders, oh my god, where do I start? So reduce the cognitive load, reduce the executive dysfunction mountain to climb to get anything done, reduce friction, make it easier, but also organic growth and flexibility. So when I link things together, the linking is the structure. It's an organic hierarchy just based on links. These nodes connect to this higher level node, connect to these higher level nodes, connect to these higher level nodes, connect to the main index. It basically just looks like a spider web expanding out from the center. And it's visually apparent when I open up something, when I open up my global graph and filter based on my mocks. So if I was going to search for tags and just on the mocks, then I can easily see, this web growing. There's some programming stuff here I need to move out, but academia, law tech, there's my actual index note, ADHD, some other topics when I move those out there. And you can see that this web grows based on associated topics. And this is how it's easy to make your folders. Like I don't have a folder for interests and then a folder for psychology and then a folder for ADHD. It's just, hey, I have interests. Psychology is one of them. ADHD is probably a topic in psychology because it's, related to that disorder. Duh. So there we go. It just link, and there you go. There is your structure, your hierarchy, and that's how all it is. You don't have to file anything, ever. You toss it onto the pile because it has links to other items that have links to your mocks. Not everything is linked directly to a mock. You might have something that is linked to a note, which is linked to a note, which is linked to a note, which is actually linked to a map of content. But the whole point of that is you don't want to have your maps of content just be an endless litany of links and spamming. You want it to be a guide. Here is my topic. Here are the major areas. Let's dive in a little bit deeper. Dive in a little bit deeper there. And you continue to explore and grow into the different avenues of note links and thoughts that you have. And that is how you traverse your second brain through my method and this strategy, is you basically explore the root system of this tree of knowledge and don't deal with folders and little boxes you have to fit everything into, because something might belong in 12 boxes, but you don't want to have 12 copies. Why not have it just linked to 12 different other notes? And now you have it living in the pile with everything else. And that's all you need. I actually forgot to remove files that don't exist. So this is actually the clean mock look of my vault at the moment. But all of this right here is going to be going to logsec. So it's going to be a little bit thinner, but I'll have to be expanding out and making more mocks in the future. But this is the higher order view of my entire second brain right now, is all of these different maps of content where I can dive in a little bit deeper into these areas and explore. Now, just to break up a little bit of this content here, I have a newsletter that I try to put out once a month, just detailing like new discoveries, new tools, things I'm currently working on, novel concepts I've found, what's my favorite note in my vault lately, some different developments, new videos, updates, thoughts, ideas, all that different stuff. Basically all things Bryan, what's Bryan working on, what's Bryan doing, what's he thinking about these days. That's all kinds of stuff that is in my newsletter. A link to that is in the description below, and it might even be in the pinned comment on YouTube. But if you are interested in that, it's completely free. And if you sign up for the newsletter, I give out a free pack of my templater templates and my custom CSS. So if you want any of that, or you want to just see what I'm up to or be on the newsletter, you can sign up to that in the link in the description below. Hope to see you there. Now, I've actually already touched on several of these concepts already, so I'll speed through some of this. Daily notes and adding temporal components to your notes, like the date in the title, or using some YAML metadata, key value pairs to track the date. Adding that temporal component is really useful. You can add timelines such as breadcrumb links in your daily notes, such as a note that links to the previous day and the next day that doesn't exist yet. So you can easily just click, click, click and follow through your daily note or your journal or whatever your log might be. It might just be, this is what I learned today. It could be your dev log like I do in logsec. That's the type of thing you can easily set up with some templates. There's also the ability to look through the progression of your learning and material, as like with my timeline note, so I can see all of my inputs because they have that temporal component in the title when I completed processing that item. And that's just right there with it. And we also have, I already talked about the sorting of the based on the special character. The low friction way to work in the system, it's easy to just start with a daily note and just write in there and then link off from there. But also, the daily note is really useful because then on each of your inputs, you can see, oh, I linked to it on this daily note. So maybe I did some work on this or processed it on these 5 days until it was finally done. And that 5th day, that done day, is actually the date in the title of the literature note now because it's done. But also, I really like my daily notes specifically just to be like a personal journal. And then at the end of each week, month, and year, I actually have reviews. So every week I review all of my daily notes for that week and I add the highlights to my weekly note. Then I take all of those highlights from that weekly note and I put them into the monthly note. And then each annual note already has each monthly note transcluded into it. So in that way, I basically get to have automated annual reviews, semi-easy and automated monthly reviews, and I just do a weekly and daily note and review. And I link all of these things together. So each annual review links to each monthly note, which links to each weekly note, which links to each daily note. So on my vault, oh, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to open it over there. On my graph, if I filter down to just the path for my journal, no tags, no attachments, only existing files, and no orphans, then I have this giant interconnected web because each daily note links to its previous day and the next day. Each daily note is linked to its weekly note, each weekly to a monthly, each monthly to an annual. So here's a monthly note linking to the week. So here's the week 1 of 2021, and then here's each of those days. Bam. So, and actually this date might be some of the older dates based on when it was on the calendar plugin. So this week 1 actually includes some dates from 2020, just from when I decided to start it. So there we go. Here's January 1st, January 2nd, but January 1st is under week 1. And then week 1 links to week 2, just like month 1 links to month 2. And this basically just creates this giant spider ball of all of these journal weekly, daily, monthly review notes. And in this way, I have everything interconnected for all things, review. I really like this because it lets me see all of my highlights and accomplishments for the month, for the week, for the year. And it really makes you feel good when you look back and you're like, I didn't really feel like I did a lot this year. I didn't really feel like I lived up to my potential, like I did all that I could. But looking back at this and just seeing the sheer litany of things that I was able to accomplish, create, and do this year, I actually did pretty good. I did well. I feel better now. And that's the kind of thing I'm looking to get out of these reviews. It's just an easier way of just going through what I have on there and remembering, okay, yeah. So I actually have a particular workflow for each individual type of input. And I had a note in my Zettelkasten that kind of got a little popular around early on of showing like a giant diagram of how I process each thing. And I honestly don't keep it updated because it's more of a hassle to do that, and it doesn't really fit on a page easily in Obsidian, so I have it written here, and I'm going to go through each of them as well as showing you what the workflow looks like in the applications I use with that workflow. So for books, I have several methods. If I am dealing with a physical book, then what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to be reading it, and I will have Obsidian open next to me on my computer, and as I come up with ideas or thoughts, I will take notes. And this is where you also get the useful part of reading a book is, what if there's references to citations or pieces of knowledge, and I want to go look those up? This is when I would do that, is that now I can go look up those pieces of information, add those to notes, come back to the book, continue, oh, citation, follow the citation, deal with that, process that, okay, back to the book, read through. There's a really great video that I saw on a YouTube channel. I don't think it's really popular or anything, but they were going through the book Range by David Epstein. I think it's David Epstein. And they were just literally looking at, okay, reading, questioning, thoughts, okay, moving on, citation, let's look at that. What's the validity of that? Okay, and then moving through very, very slowly, but with a very focused intent on the actual content, not just reading and letting the author's voice in your head dictate what your thoughts are about it, which is really just what people do, is they just listen to this passive voice in their head when they're reading versus actually having an active thought process about what they are reading and then questioning, reading the citations, looking at the citations. What is this saying and what are they verifying their claims with? And are those reputable sources to even say that, yeah, that's a very reputable source to be verifying this claim? So reading physical books, I like to have them open with me and have Obsidian open, internet access, reading things, doing back and forth and getting that work done. Now, I like to transcribe as I go. So instead of having to write down notes and then type them up later, which is what I had to do once when I was up at my family's cabin without a computer, even without internet access, and I just had to take notes and then transcribe them when I got home. That sucked. Don't want to do that again. Could probably get around it with some OCR applications or take a picture of it and then use the tool Text Sniper or any other equivalent. If you like Text Sniper, I have an affiliate link with them. Link to that will be in probably the description, but in any case. So using that, you could probably just take a picture of the text and then use an OCR application to rip the text out and then paste as text. But I would prefer to not have to deal with that shenanigans, and I would just like to type up my notes as I'm reading. Now, if the book is super dense or like heavily academic and it's really hard to just read it end to end and really have a good, a good mental model of everything going on to capture those ideas and the thoughts and the web of thought that you have weaved around what you've read on this particular book, but also especially if you read multiple books at a time, this can get a little tricky. So if it's like a single book like that and it's too big to deal with in that way, you could just do iterative loops on, say, each chapter, I'm going to treat it as the full book workflow. It's going to get a whole book note. It's going to say like, this title, part 1, and you can have like 12 parts or something or whatever it is, and break it apart and iteratively work through it so that each book note has its own chapter in that case if it's too dense. And my book template has a book, and it doesn't have a status yet because I signed that later. It's a type book. It's a status not done here for the supercharged links. The title fills in, the date reviewed fills in. I usually remove this unless it's like I'm actually making the note on the day it's completed, and then I can add this metadata. Usually I can grab this from Zotero, in which I would grab the citation link from Zotero if I can get the book in there. My notes, summaries of key points, the context of how this relates to any research in the field that the work is in, or any research that I'm conducting, any significance, again, in the field, important figures or tables. A lot of these have these little descriptions that make it evident about what is expected there. Cited references. These are things that I might want to also go look up on, and this might be why I tag that note with that purple square. It's like, oh, there's things you need to follow up on here, or these are the common citations. And I could say easily, like, link to a citation key. I don't think I know one offhand. Tidy data. Let's see, do I have a citation key for that one? Wickham 2014. So I could say on this one, if I had a bunch of these, I could just do, Wickham 2014, and that's the citation key for this paper, but I could just have it referenced like that. And this is what I might do in this cited references page, is that I might make these notes. They don't have a date because they're not processed. They're inputs that need to be processed. I need to follow up on them. That's why this book note has a purple square. Here's the citation key, a link to it. I can go to that, process those, and when those are all processed down that citation tree, this book note is now completed. It gets a green square, and we move on with life. Sounds like a lot, but it's actually a really easy and methodical process to keep up on if you stick with this workflow and use it for as long as I have. It's been almost a year now. It evolves, but it's still basically the same. So, moving on, other comments. Yeah, that's the book template. So, moving through physical books, that's basically how I process those. Now, if it's a PDF book, like for instance, if I can get a PDF, then I might just put that in Zotero and read it there. Because Zotero now in the beta has a PDF reader, and I can do that there. And as long as, if I wanted my normal robust workflow of extracting annotations with page number links and all of that, I'll still use the Zot file and MD notes extensions in Zotero to grab those notes with links to the sections in the document. But hopefully Zotero finishes their nice beta, which has a built-in PDF.js PDF reader and editor, and their annotation system is nice, except that the extracted notes don't have links to the exact area in the source material. And I think that's related to the architecture of where they store the notes separate from the actual file, yada yada. But either way, it is a really great way of reading PDFs, is either a PDF reader or Zotero's PDF reader and using their native annotation system. Either one works, depends on what you really want to go for. I currently prefer the old style Zotero workflow, and I use highlights, the highlights application for that. An example of this being, I believe I'm reading it here, knowledge architectures and blah, blah, blah. So here's a PDF book. It has a tag. It has this open book. I have a taxonomy tag. We'll get more into that later. But here is the PDF book. If I open up this book, I can open it up in highlights, and I can see all the different highlight colors. I can open up this tab here, and I can see, okay, hide sidebar. But what I want to see is this one, which shows me, okay, here's a bunch of stuff. And then here's all the different colors of highlights. Like, oh, purple. That means that on this page, I want to actually look up these references later on. So this would be a purple book note. And now I have all of these different notes, figures, and things that I want to look up later that are all different colors of highlights. And so when I extract these with the Zot file and MD notes extensions in Zotero, I will have the content, any notes I've taken on the content, which I don't have any here, and then I would also actually have the exact link to the page and the document so that I could click on those links and it would open up this document to this exact location in highlights, and it would open Zotero as well. So that way it's easy to get right back to where I was in the research from those links that are produced. Revert changes. And I will get more into Zotero later, but that is how I would process a book in Zotero. I don't really like to do things that way because I don't like having to deal with electronic books like this unless it's in a Kindle. Next, I've already talked about it in my actual last video, depending on when I post this. In a recent video, I talked about the entire Kindle highlights space in Obsidian, and I was using the Amazon notebook link thing and Bookscision, which are two tools to easily grab out all of your annotations from Kindle. So like I could grab all of these different notes from this book on my Amazon Kindle service, whatever. And using just this, you drag it to your bar, have it there. It's basically just a piece of JavaScript, and I can click that. It would pull out all these highlights for this entire document. Can't copy to clipboard because for some reason people think Flash Player isn't dead. It is. And I can download as plain text. And then I could deal with that, but it still requires more formatting, which is why the actual Obsidian plugin for Kindle Highlights is something I'm going to start diving into a little bit more, because that is a really great way of syncing all of those notes into your vault and grabbing them. And it also will give you all of the metadata attached to those notes. So it's really easy to just have all the stuff produced, ISBN, the title, the author, blah, 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 all of that. So the Kindle Highlights plugin is a community plugin in Obsidian that is really, really great that I want to dive in more. But Kindle Highlights, this one. This is going to be a really great tool for my Kindle workflow, and I plan to dive into this more. But I've looked at it in the past video. Check that out. It's really great. So once I've gotten those notes out of Kindle, what I would do with those is what I would do with any other book notes. I have the book, it's just in Kindle. I have my highlights and my notes, and I extract them and I put them into an ordinary book template. Same thing for Zotero. Basically, my book template is for any kind of book, no matter how I process it. But these are all the ways that I would process a book in various contexts, ultimately leading to a book type input note, in which case it would follow my template, have all the same metadata, tags, special symbols, date in the title, everything that my system already uses, so that my system can scale, and I have everything that follows a consistent pattern. And that is books. Next input I have for you is tweets. There are actually some really good tweets that I've wanted to save or that have started thoughts or notes for me before, and I have several ways of retaining them. So there is a service called TwitFrame. Now, I don't really use it too much anymore, just because I don't really like the idea of it being transient. Like if somebody deletes their tweet, it's gone. I can't access it anymore. But in essence, you basically just use an iframe. None of this meta stuff really matters, but you can play with it. But it's really the important thing is source, and then it's basically twitframe.com show $URL equals, and then right before the equals in the quote, you just put the URL to the tweet. And what that can look like is I have a tweet here of mine. I can say share, copy link, okay, and then I can put that right before that URL. Here's that link. And now if I render this page, it's going to actually load and show me that tweet, that specific one. Now that can be really great and really useful. Not too big a fan of that anymore. And honestly, what I prefer to do now is just take a picture of the tweet and retain the picture, because it will always be there for me. So let's see here. I think I have, nope, I used TwitFrame for that one. And yes, here we go. Here's one. Jenny Bryan from the R programming community has a tweet that she wrote in response to this one. And I just grabbed the image. And this means that even if any of these tweets get deleted, I'm always going to have access to what actually spurred on this note and the thoughts that I got from it. So that's my preferred approach to tweets, is to not use TwitFrame, but you can, but to rather use images that I capture with like a screenshot. But there's also another feature on Twitter, which is Unroll. So Unroll Me is a service that basically takes Twitter threads and lets you aggregate them for easy reading. So I have this large string of tweets, and then I said, thread reader app unroll. And this is what you need to say in response to a thread, and you will get a response from this bot that gives you a link. This link takes me to their service, and I don't pay for the service. You don't need to pay for the service. There are some benefits, but it doesn't matter. And I now have my entire thread here as a single block of text. What I can do is I could save this as a PDF if I wanted to, but honestly, you could just copy all of this text and then paste it into Obsidian if you wanted to just have the text in there. So in that way, your tweet is also accessible as a single aggregated Unroll Me page, but as all of the text. So either way you want to process tweets, these are great methods for getting that done and then using this input in your system. Now, the next thing I'm going to talk about is the Air application. Air has gotten a lot of notoriety around being able to take podcast notes. It is iOS only, but looking at their website, they do have a beta for Android now. I don't really talk about this app too much, and I haven't made a workflow video about it because I'm just not really great at doing podcast processing anymore. I'm just not really great at keeping up on my podcasts. So I don't use it as much as I would like or should. But in essence, what you can do is I have a podcast here by Derek Sivers on the Knowledge Project. And when you have something like AirPods, or you can do this manually with some options, is when you're listening to a podcast, I have it set on my iPhone to do a double tap or a triple tap or something. And that basically just says, hey, Air, the last 45 seconds of that podcast, record it as a clip, transcribe that clip, and now I can add my own notes to that clip. So that's what I get, is that when I do that, I have all these different clips here, and then I have I can play it back. I have the transcript, and it's just straight text, along with some of the context around it. And from this point, I can actually go and select all these different things and grab all of these air quotes, that's what they're called, air quotes, and export them. So what I want to do is I want to go here and I want to grab and I want to export all of my air quotes for a particular podcast. So I go to air quotes and let's go to share. So one of the problems that I've had with Air is that we can share as Markdown, but it only does one air quote at a time. It was actually like a weird hack that I had to find, like you long press something and then it would actually let you share everything. And I think it's if you long press the share button, there it is. That's like, it's not really intuitive. I had to long press the share button on my air quotes here for this particular podcast. And now I can say share air quote and transcript via share air quote as Markdown and share air quote and transcript as Markdown. So what I want to do is I want to share the transcript and everything as Markdown. And there we go, the middle option. And now it's going to let me do something, and I can airdrop it to my computer, Archimedes, and that would put it onto my computer. And what I see on here is, if I share my screen, now it's actually opened this up in my browser. But what I should have from this is in my downloads, I believe. No. So maybe I need to actually share it a different way, is share the, just as Markdown, share Markdown via, and then airdrop to my computer. Because, see this, I haven't done this in a while, but yeah. Because I can then grab this link and send this to Obsidian, but that's not good enough. What I actually want to do is grab the content of this and then send all of it to my computer as Markdown. Aha, I have found it. So what we need to do to actually share all of the air quotes from a particular podcast is select, and you're going to select all of them. So all the air quotes that you want to send, and instead of clicking the share button, the little square icon, is you're actually going to hold above on the top. It says delete share. You're going to long press that one. Or actually not long press, just press. And then it actually says share air quotes as Markdown. And that's what I want. And then when I airdrop that on my screen, you will see in my downloads, it'll download a .txt file. And that's what I want, because now it'll actually give me all these links. Now that actually doesn't give me the text content, which is also what I wanted. So if I have to go through all of this again, see, I don't use this often because now I'm getting infuriated. Share air quotes via, and I think that this is the problem, is having to share these individually would be a problem for me. Unless it's just because I didn't take notes on them. Because see this one. This one actually has a little piece of text right there, that little dot, and that's actually what is also on this little part right here. Now the transcript for this particular air quote is all of that, but I guess my note was a dot. So maybe that's just user error then, but this is how I would share all of these air quotes to my computer. You know, select them all, share as Markdown using that share button at the top, and then it sends it all, including the text, to my machine through AirDrop. You know, it's a great iOS workflow, but I honestly just can't keep up with my podcasts. It's a great system, and I'd love to use it more. I just can't keep up on them. But maybe you can make use of this, and it sounds like there's going to be a beta for Android coming up, but, you know, take advantage of it if you're the type of person who can handle podcasts better than me. I personally am just not great about it. So that's podcasts. And then once I have these air quotes like that, I would then open up an actual podcast template in my system. And so it looks like this, you know, it has a podcast icon, all this other metadata, and then, okay, what? So inside of there, export to Markdown, and then insert podcast players as iframes. So this is another example of something that I've done before, is that if I actually want the podcast itself, so let's say getting things done, here's a podcast. Now I have an iframe because most of these podcast players actually have embed code that you can add to an iframe so that I can play this podcast in my computer as long as I have an internet connection. It plays the iframe. That's all I need. So combining that with something like the air quotes, which I don't know if I still have my template anymore. Oh, I do. Is here's an iframe specifically for the air quote link. So now if I went back and I grabbed this air quote link right here, I probably have to open this thing, and I grab a link, copy that, And if I add any of these links to an iframe like this, like that, and then render, it will now give me an air quote. The whole thing, the whole graphical shebang. Now, I normally need to make it smaller because I don't need all of this, but if I actually expanded the transcript, that's why it takes up so much space. Because now I can actually read this whole transcript, and there we go. But I might do that only if it's a single air quote for the entire podcast, maybe, but that's just a lot of graphical space. So honestly, what I might do is just take all of these air quotes and then put them in here, and there we go. Now I have links. What I might also do is actually just take these parts out and replace them with the timestamps. There might be an even better automated way of doing that, but I don't do this often enough on air quotes or podcasts enough to really justify having to spend all the time to figure it out. I'm just not that good with podcasts. But these are some of the templates and things that I do for that. And so I might insert that iframe for the podcast in the podcast note, as well as the air quote note, and then treat it like any other input. Add my ideas, link to other references or other items, and just go from there. You can see I'm a little bit rusty on it and not so great about covering it thoroughly, is because I haven't done it in a while. I just am not good with podcasts. So that's all I'm going to say on it. Air is a great tool if you're on iOS. AirDrop with that to go to like a MacBook is a great workflow. I am not the greatest fan of Apple and I hate Windows. I'm really a Linux person through and through, that I really love Linux, and I plan to return to my own Arch build in the future. But AirDrop and some of these workflows with Apple products is nice. But I am just not good at even doing this, so moving on. All right, the next kind of input is YouTube videos. I actually watch a lot of YouTube videos, and I really like YouTube videos as an input. There's a lot of good information you can get from them, and especially when you can get the timestamp links into the video, because you can link to a particular point in a video through the URLs. So I actually really like getting notes from YouTube videos. But there's not a lot of great applications for getting those annotations and timestamps out of it that are easy to extract information from, or that don't cost any money. So this is where I actually use the extension service, whatever it's called, memex. And memex is really useful because it's just a Chrome extension. Now they have a bunch of other types of services and things that they offer, but it's completely free and it's on any of the major browsers. So like I use Brave, but it's also on Google Chrome, on Firefox, and there's a lot of extra stuff that goes into it. Like you can have a bunch of annotations, notes, extract them into templates and all this other stuff for other applications. So I can take notes on a website and have those extracted into a particular template for something like Obsidian. But ultimately, the only thing I end up really using this for is YouTube annotations, and that's it. It's free, and that's all I need it for, and I don't use it for anything else other than that. There's a lot of other power in here that you could unlock, but personally, I follow the KISS method, and all I really need it for is just to grab those annotations. And it would collect everything on these like dashboards, and then it shows you the notes you take on it, but I honestly don't use much of any of that. So what that looks like is I have my YouTube video templates, because every type of literature note has an input template. I get my notes, I put it into a template. So the YouTube template I have looks just like this, and it has my tag, it has status, all that stuff, some metadata that I fill in, and it actually has an iframe. This iframe is where I grab that embed link, and I would insert the actual URL of the video so that I can have a video player in my note. Now that still looks at YouTube, so if I don't have internet access, I can't look at the video. But if that video also goes offline, somebody takes it down, it's also gone. Now, a lot of these types of transient references like this with iframes or podcast players, etc., a lot of the downside is that it's transient. So if something gets removed, I can't do anything about it. I don't have a copy forever. Something like raindrop.io might actually have a retained copy, but for the time being, this is fine, because ultimately the content I'm getting out of this, the notes, my annotations, my thoughts, my ideas, those just point to this source, but having the source forever retained is not really something that I need to keep forever. It's nice to have, but the important thing is that I got my ideas and my notes and I know where they came from in case I need to cite something. And what this might look like in the end is a note like this. I took some notes off of a YouTube video by, I think it's Harshibar? Yeah, Harshibar. And it was all about NFTs because I was looking at NFTs at the time. And so I got some, metadata, I need to put it in the channel host, but like when I reviewed it, the title, the special symbol, the actual URL, the iframe, so I can actually play this video in the note. But I have these, and these are the timestamp links to exact points in the video where I grabbed some notes. And this is what I've generated with memex. Now, if I show the view of this, the raw view, you can see that, okay, and here's that YouTube link, but also $T equals whatever. This is basically saying this many seconds into the video, show me content. So, I mean, this is in seconds, so minus 60, so that's 42 left. A minute, 60 seconds, 42 seconds. 102 equals that. Kind of hard to calculate this if you're doing it manually by hand. Thankfully, memex does this for you, and then I have my actual notes here. So what I can do is I can actually go to this YouTube video, and I'm not going to play it, but if I open up memex, and there is a hotkey I have for it, which is Alt-Q, and I actually have my notes on here. So you can see, I can say, oh, here's all of this raw stuff. But if I want to actually take a note on this, insert, oh, okay, I don't want a link, I want YouTube timestamp. So here we go, at 1 second in, here's the actual link. And now what I can do is I can actually format this as I'm writing my notes and say, okay, that's a bullet. And then below that, I'm gonna insert a space, a couple spaces, and here's a note. And now I can save that. And here we go. That is how I've taken notes on YouTube videos. And then when I'm done with a YouTube video, I can just copy all of this because it's Markdown. Preview Markdown, there we go, grab it, and then go back to Obsidian, paste it into my note, and those are my notes. Those are my notes on YouTube videos. And it's as simple as that, and that's honestly all I use memex for. And it does a great job at it. That's all I need. There's a lot of extra power you could unlock, but this is all I need. And I was using something like, I don't know if it's YNote, YeNote, WI Note, or Rocket Note or something like that. I don't use any of those anymore. There's too much extra work, too much weirdness, conversion, formats, blah, blah, blah. This is easy. Grab the timestamp. Here's the markdown, copy paste. It's done. There's probably even easier ways to do this, but this is what I'm doing. It's efficient, it works for me, and that's all I have to do for YouTube videos. Next, another important input is articles. Articles can be kind of hit and miss. It really depends. You could have your typical Medium articles of top 5 recommended insert word here and have these basically like junk food articles. They don't really have any meat or substance to them. You can consume them easily and maybe get a single thought note out of it, or maybe nothing. But then there's the ones that actually have some really good meaty information in it. They cite other research papers or other articles, and it actually gives you a well-rounded sense of things. So articles can be kind of hit and miss. And my absolute go-to recommended thing for articles and article management, and even just some web resources, is raindrop.io. Now, I've used raindrop for a long time, and I've had a video or two, I forget, on my channel about raindrop, and I still use it. I love the service. And I know that there's people who have like some concerns with like the developer living in Russia or all this other crap. And honestly, like, I'm not putting private stuff in here. It's really just collecting articles. So I'm not bothered. There's some things I really, really enjoy about Raindrop that, I make plenty of good use of. My template for articles looks like this. It has the basic metadata, and then it's just blank, for the notes, whatever notes I decide to take. So I store things in Raindrop because on Raindrop, that's Twitter, on Raindrop, you have the actual web app. So here's the web app, but you also have a desktop app. And I believe that it's completely portable because, yep, install Raindrop. So it looks like it's a PWA, a progressive web app. So it's available basically anywhere. You can download it as an actual desktop application, but there's also the extension. And the extension is one of the most powerful things because I can be on any web page and I can click that raindrop button, and that will grab whatever tab I'm on and then add it to raindrop. So if I put that, let's see, where does it default to? I think it just goes to unsorted. So I'm just going to grab the page for my raindrop. It goes to unsorted. I can add some tags to it, and there's a bunch of tags. I have hundreds of them. Let's just add a couple, blah, 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 and then 0. Okay, here's the URL. I don't need favorites. I've never even used this tabs thing. Interesting. Yeah, sure, let's allow that. Whatever. And yeah, so that's all we need to do. Oh, it looks like I can add additional tabs here if I wanted to do that, but I don't need to. There we go. Some tags. It's in unsorted. Here's the title of it. We have the URL. Bam, that's it. I don't even need to click like submit or anything because I think I have changed an option for that. So yeah, there's more to this. I honestly just don't use all these extra features. And now in unsorted, here's the link. Inbox, raindrop, blah, blah, blah. So that's it. That's all I need. And I can click on that and it would be able to take me to like the website if it was something like an article, but that's all I need. So things drop into unsorted, and I don't usually use that there. So they drop into unsorted and then I deal with them. So how do I deal and process items in raindrop? So if I add something, usually it's going to be, oh, I want that as an input to my Zettelkasten. So I haven't processed it yet, but I want to get around to it. I want to retain them, sort them, put them somewhere I won't forget. And so my source of truth for article storage is this inbox collection. And I've paid for Pro raindrop.io, so that means that I get nested collections and I get a snapshot storage, additional storage size, I think. There's a couple other benefits, but the main benefits are that I get snapshots, which means kind of like the Internet Archive. I get a hard copy of the web page as it was at that point in time. So even if that website goes down and it never comes back, it's not on Internet Archive or whatever, I have a copy of it in Raindrop forever. And I believe something like Devon Think can also do this too with these long-term snapshot storages. But overall, I get snapshot and I get nested collections, and I really liked the nested collections. Very simple feature, but Raindrop is not that expensive, so I decided to just pay for it, and I like it. Now, when I get a new input, I will usually say, if it's for my Zettelkasten, it goes to this inbox collection. If it's for other things that are not specifically Zettelkasten related, I will put them into these other folders. Like I have a folder for Linux for different subject matter on Linux, some videos and things that I want to go through when I rebuild my Linux system, and some areas around that, or some stuff about Anki. I have some stuff about languages. Yeah, it's just different things, programming languages. So that's where all that other stuff goes. But ultimately, the main purpose of my use for Raindrop is Zettelkasten. So I will drop things into the inbox. Now, you saw me when I clicked on that, the extension, and I was adding tags and things to this. What are all those tags? Honestly, a lot of them are just suggested things to tag it with based on, I guess, the content of the page. So I will usually just add whatever is suggested, add a couple of pertinent things if I see that they're not added and I want them to be. But the main important thing is that I will always add a 0 or a 1. Now, what a 0 or 1 means is just my way of quickly sorting to the top of any tag list, because the tags at the top are sorted alphanumerically, 0 and 1. 0 are things that I have not finished processing. So think of it like a Boolean flag. Has this been read? True or false? Yes and no. 1 and 0. So in this case, I have a lot of items, 140, that are not processed. Now, not all of those are in my Zettelkasten inbox, because 140, but in my Zettelkasten inbox, I only have 79. So it can be for anywhere, but I can then progressively filter by tags. I can look for different tags, click on this one. Let's look for a large tag. Let's say, okay, ADHD. And then I want to do also a 1 for things that are read. Okay, well, what if I want to see unread? Nothing unread in ADHD. So it just gives me a bunch of stuff. Or, oh yeah, actually, yeah, here we go. ADHD 0. So a bunch of unread things on ADHD, and these are all in the Zettelkasten inbox. There you go. So progressive filtering based on tags. And 0 is just my easy way of saying I haven't read this yet. I don't really need much more of a complex system than that, because that gets me everything I need. I go through my inbox, and then if I'm actually focused on a single particular item, I will then go to the inbox, move it to the focus area. And this is the article I've been working on for a long time, because when I was still streaming some of my Zettelkasten work live, I was reading the research papers connected to this article about leadership and the loneliness of CEOs and leaders. And that's kind of how I work through this. I just follow the citation trees, and this article gets an article note and page. But then if it references research papers, then those research papers get their own research paper note page in Obsidian. And I connect all this stuff together, and then those research papers would then live in Zotero when we get to my paper workflow, which is next. So this is how I'm processing my Zettelkasten inputs. It goes to the inbox, I then tag it, and I add it to focus when I'm actually focusing on it, reading it, working through it, gathering notes. And then once I'm done, let's just say, okay, I didn't really like this, I didn't really get any notes from this, and I don't care about it. I would then put it into this trash collection. This isn't the actual trash can, it's a collection that I just call trash. And that is something that I've actually finished reading, but didn't really get any notes from, and it wasn't really super valuable. But maybe I might want to access it someday to send to somebody else, or I want to just see results. I might want to look at it one day. I'll just drop it in there as a catch-all. If I literally don't care about this and it is literally trash, I'll just delete it. But I usually just put things into this trash collection because that makes it easy for me to always have that searchability. And it's not really giving into the collector's fallacy, because I do actually delete things, but things that I actually process, get notes from, actually go into my Zettelkasten inputs archive, which is just areas where, okay, I have 3 tweets that I've processed in here into my notes archive, and they're all listed here. They have ones, they're filed away under this, and there you go. That's all I need to know about this. And that's it. So I can just put these things in here. They're organized, they're sorted, they're tagged, and I process things from the inbox and the focus page. That's my workflow for articles, and it works pretty well when I can actually get around to focusing on them. But also what I have from that is I have my raindrop.io page, because once you log in through the iframe, you have the ability to do something really cool with Raindrop because it's a web app. So with a iframe and a width 100% and height 130%, this means that when I render this page, I actually have a window into my raindrop.io account. Now all you have to do is sign in. So once I've signed in to Raindrop, now inside of Obsidian, I have a view into my entire collection in Raindrop, anything I want. Basically like looking at Raindrop in the browser, but it's in Obsidian. So if I wasn't so zoomed out, this would be a better experience, but this is so you can see it. But I could have one tab or one page in Obsidian has Raindrop, and the other actually has the notes for whatever I'm reading, because I can read from within Obsidian. So in this case, I can go to the article I've been working on, I can expand this to full page, and now I can actually read this article inside of Obsidian, taking notes on the other tab. That's it. If you were in the web browser, it wouldn't really play nice, but what you could do is you could store your links in here, go to this article and say, okay, I'm going to go to that article, and then use something like memex to actually take notes on the article in memex, if you wanted to do that kind of workflow. So there's a lot of ways that you can use these types of tools and applications together, but Raindrop is still a solid part of my workflow that I greatly, greatly enjoy. And I think that's actually about it for Raindrop. And the next is probably the most meaty and interesting input workflow, which is my research paper workflow. Now, the next input type I'm going to be talking about is research papers, actual scientific literature research papers, the stuff that most people think is not fun reading. I actually really enjoy reading research papers and taking notes on them, and I have quite an interesting and robust workflow around how I process research papers. Now, I'm going to talk about several different tools, applications, and methods of dealing with these items of research. Now, you can construct your own workflow. You can copy what I do. If you need links to anything, you let me know. But this is what I've been building for over a year now, and it's something that's been working really well for me. And I honestly just haven't had time to do a lot more with it, but this is my workflow. So I have a note in my Obsidian vault. It's my academia mock, and you can access this if you want to on my Obsidian publish. So there are several different areas, like how do I find and discover papers, or how these papers are connected via the citation tree. My absolute top and favorite service for this is ResearchRabbit now. There's some other tools like Connected Papers, Citation Gecko, Papers with Code. a lot of these tools are really awesome. And if we go to the next page, I have Research Rabbit here, Connected Papers, Citation Gecko, which is a little bit more rough and kind of open source. And then we also have Papers with Code. These are all really great sources for finding and discovering papers. I personally prefer Research Rabbit because there's a lot of excellent tooling that's been going on here. I'm not going to go too into it just because I will be doing comprehensive overview videos on Research Rabbit because I've been working on potential sponsorship and a closer working relationship with the developers at Research Rabbit. There's some wonderful people with a great mission, and their product is absolutely top-notch. So I really enjoy a lot of what this service can do, and it's honestly simply amazing with what this can do. Like just finding these citation trees, traversing through them, timelines, network graphs, force-directed graphs, like all of this is absolutely incredible for finding papers. I can just I can just follow this train all the way down and find and discover new research. And oh, there's a PDF. I could download the PDF. Now, some of these things are they're not actually accessible, but the citations are. So this is where something comes in that on Research Rabbit, I can actually grab all these items that I want, even if they don't have the PDFs available to the public, into a collection. And then I can actually export this collection, the entire collection, to something like a, let's see, we can do it to a .ris or a .bib file. And with these, I can actually import those into Zotero. And Zotero has a handy little plugin. If I go to Tools and Add-ons, there is a handy little plugin, which right here, Zotero Sci-Hub. And if you know, you know. So this would mean that if I have references to papers and I don't have a downloaded copy, well, handy dandy Sci-Hub can go and grab them for you. So with that, you have a complete end-to-end workflow of paper discovery and citation tree navigation with Research Rabbit, export to a .bib or .ris file, import into Zotero, have this plugin, refresh, and now you have all of the papers that you need, and you can continue on with the research paper workflow that I'll get into more in a bit. So returning back to Obsidian, that's when we find and discover papers. You can download by conventional means or use some of the Rebel options that exist. And after we get copies of papers, you can put them into Zotero, which is my preferred citation manager of choice. Free and open source, highly extensible, lots of add-ons and plugins for it that really make it a dream to use. Simple, but not too simple, but not overly complicated or busy. And there's a lot of really great things I love about it, like their new beta and dealing with a built-in PDF.js, PDF viewer and editor, internal storage annotations and notes so that they now have a mobile app and experience, as Mendeley just shut down their mobile app. And they have the ability to export these annotations exactly the same as the MD notes and Zot file workflows that we've been using for a long time since my channel's been around. But those workflows, the only difference between the actual old workflows with the MD notes and Zot file extensions and the new beta is that the old way actually has the annotations on the file, so it actually will let you grab exactly a link to that point in the file where that annotation is and extract that with a link. The new way does not do that yet because the annotations live separate from the actual files, so it's kind of difficult at the moment. They might revise this, maybe, maybe not, or maybe the plugins will have to be updated. But for the time being, I'm still using the old workflow, but the new workflow is looking very promising, and I'm really excited for when that gets polished up to the point where it has the same functionality. But after we get the storage and we process our papers, we can do writing in Gingkoapp or with LaTeX, or both, because Gingkoapp supports LaTeX export, and I'll get to Ginkgo in a little bit. We can publish papers, and then you can do all of the scientist or research paper writing people networking stuff on lens.org, Orchid, or Impact Story, which both of these are kind of fed from Orchid anyways. I got some links to various other things, and this is all on my academic mock on my publish page if you want to access it. So let's go down the line. My Zotero workflow, once we discover papers, and my preferred way is by using Research Rabbit. Find papers, follow the citation tree, you can add notes to these papers this way, You can find suggested authors, similar works, and this app is still being actively developed. There's a lot of great features coming out from the development team, so don't take this as the comprehensive overview of this application because that is coming soon under a sponsorship deal with them. So then we download. You can download via the conventional means on the actual websites, or if it has a download button, it looks like we can actually download the PDFs this way, or it will at least open up in the browser and let me view it here and then download, or maybe it'll just let me download. I don't know. Either way. So you can go to these links, download the PDFs, and then, or use the rebellious methods, and we download them. They're in Zotero now. So now that once they're in Zotero, we can actually begin the note-taking and annotation workflow. So I showed you before my tag taxonomy page that on research papers, we have different highlight colors. And I got this tip thanks to Bree Watson, a contact in the knowledge management Obsidian space, on how they organize their annotation colors based on the apps that do this. So yellow annotations, however it connects to orange or whatever it is extracted as in Zotero, is an important point by the author. Pink and red or whatever disagree with the author. Green is an important point to me. Purple or magenta is like that literary note that I need to look up. Oh, here's a citation that I want to look up later. So this note isn't done being processed until I've followed all those citation trees to my own satisfaction. And that's why any of the actual notes for research papers are purple and incomplete until I actually follow those trees. And then blue, and if there's varying shades of blue, for notes that occur after the initial iteration of note-taking on that particular item. So if I come back 2 months later, take notes, then those notes are actually blue highlights. And when I extract them again, they're blue. Those are the actual colors of highlights that I do on my markup. So we have that. But I really, in Zotero, started doing this, is that now I have these emoji tags, which thankfully sort to the top of the tag pane. And I have all these other relevant tags for items. And I have a top level collection. Everything in Zotero is stored at the top level in my library. Now, what I do use some of these collections for are, let's say I read How to Take Smart Notes, the book that everyone's probably read now to get into Zettelkasten. And any of the citations referenced in that book, or any book, let's just say I want to keep all that stuff in a particular frame of mind or context. And what I want to do is I want to say, okay, these are all the things particularly from that source. And so as I go through it, I have the reference of, okay, I'm reading things from How to Take Smart Notes. So all of that can tie into my mental model of how I'm taking notes on this or link them together, etc. So the nested collections are really transient for me. This stores relevant ideas and items based on how on where I got them from. So once I finish processing these, I put them back into my library, and that's it. But in here, I have everything. And I have a taxonomy note here at the top level. It's not inside of a nested collection or area. So this is a simple note that tells me what those emojis mean. And so I have information, which really just filters out to just the taxonomy file. I have my inbox, my next reading, my current reading, and things I finished reading. Now, I really love Zotero's tagging system because it's progressive. So I can say, okay, show me things that are that I'm currently reading that, about data science. Oh, that also are about version control. And oh, I only have one thing here. Okay, so I had two, but now I made it one. And now here's everything that is tagged as reading, data science, and version control. And I love this progressive tagging system because this means at the top level, I can just store everything. And when I want to filter down to something in particular, it makes it really easy to cut through the noise when I'm dealing with my inputs here. And hell, I could probably even add another one of like an eyeball for focus, like this is the thing I am currently looking at right now. But honestly, I haven't had a need because I'm not actively reading too many things at one time. And yeah, that's my tagging system and my taxonomy of this. And I've made a video before on how to deal with sending these files to your tablet for using an iPad or a tablet, or really any tablet with any cloud storage solution that can put a folder on your computer to let you access your cloud storage, to deal with a remote annotation workflow using a stylus and a tablet and your Zotero papers. So all of that stems from Zotero. So we have all that workflow, and then I can say open up any of these files, and let's do tidy data here. So I have the actual PDF, and I have in Zotero I have it set to, in my preferences, I'm not using the beta right now, I have it set to open in highlights. The highlights application is a Mac only PDF application. I don't know of a good one on Windows. I don't use Windows, so I'm sorry, I don't like Windows. So here we go. I have this PDF, and then I've actually highlighted things, and I've taken notes, connected these notes together, and all these notes are right here in the side pane. I can actually hop to them, and it takes me exactly to them. I have this preview over here, and this lets me then, if I go back here, extract by going to manage attachments, extract annotations, and it extracts them into this rich text format. And from here, I can say on this one, MD notes, export to Markdown, or I can select multiple and batch export. But really, I'm exporting one file based on whenever I do it, because you can see that there's dates here as well, based on whenever I extracted it. Extract to Markdown will then give me these Markdown files. And from this, I can actually download or open these and then put those into Obsidian. And opening up one of those, I guess I can't find that, but what they look like is in, using my special symbol, tidy data right there, I can then extract these annotations that look just like this. So it has note on page 1, and then it has a link to, so Zotero, the item, page 1, but let's pick something that's a little bit less obvious. So here's page 3, Wickham 2014, page 3, there we go, page 3, exactly this item. So now this is a URI link, a uniform resource indicator, I think, but Obsidian has these two to link to specific vaults or files. So that's also a really useful tool, is that it basically says, knock, knock, hey, application, Zotero, what action, open PDF, the library, items, this item, and onto page 3. So what I can do is I can actually open up that URL. It'll open up Zotero if it's not already open. And yes, and okay, I guess it wants to do something like that right now, but ignoring that. And it will then open up the application and take me to page 3, which I'll pause and reset this because I don't know why it just did that for me. All right, so I've reset the scene. Now it doesn't really like to do this with Zotero closed. It used to do it before, maybe I just need to update versions, but in any case, Zotero's open. I'm gonna go to this link, I'm gonna say, hey, open up that paper to page 3, wherever that annotation is, and look at where we are. Page 3, here's the annotation. A data set is a collection of values, and a data set is a collection of values, as well as whatever notes I took on this, which it does not appear to be anything. Or maybe I just can't see it in here. But yeah, so it opens up exactly to where it is. And that's one of the benefits of using the Zot file and MD notes workflow, is that we get these handy links to exactly where that annotation was to facilitate our note-taking workflow. And that's something I really like and don't want to give up. So that new beta in Zotero of their internal PDF viewer, editor, annotator, and all of that, until we really get to that point in the workflow where I have those links, it's kind of not pulling me yet. But when they fix that, or when the plugins update to allow this, I'm going to be all over that. So next, what we have is the actual writing part. You know, if you wanted to actually take these papers and write something, what I actually really prefer is a service called Gingkoapp. So on Ginkgo, it is a really useful application, and I pay maybe like $2 at the moment per month for this thing. And I think it's actually going up based on the new version of the application, but this thing has apparently been around for a long time, like over 7 years, like 2013 at least, 8 years. It's a really useful card-based application to write. So now I have these cards, and I can use even Vim keys to traverse and enter, edit mode with enter, and I've made a video all about Ginkgo, but this application is incredibly awesome for writing, because also I can press the, go into deeper levels of nesting here and press the equal sign, and now I'm on a focused writing mode, or I can do F and I'm in a full screen mode. Basically, this actually makes it incredibly easy to focus on writing as somebody with ADHD. And I made a whole video about this and why I love this for writing. I write all my newsletters, all my articles, every bit of writing I do pretty much is in Ginkgo now. And it also will let you export to plain text, Markdown, HTML, LaTeX, Word, a presentation with Impress.js, or just straight JSON. And you can pick specific areas, or even add custom HTML for headers or formatting and all this other kind of stuff for exporting your data as plain text. This is an amazing application that I use for writing, and taking all of your research notes for this and writing this is awesome. And there's also templates. Let's see, new from template, and there's like an academic paper template that you could do. And here we go. Here's a title, abstract, introduction materials. There's all this other stuff to facilitate writing. So Ginkgo and exporting it to LaTeX so you can do it for any sort of journal publication is another great asset in your toolbox. And then finally, networking is just, these services like Impact Story, Orchid, Impact Story, or the, I think it's lens.org. Yeah, so let's go to those. So lens.org. So Orchid is really awesome because you can actually use this service as a unique identifier for your own work, your person. It's like kind of like a social security number, but for your academic research. So this way you're easily found, and no matter where you switch institutions, there's multiple individuals that share the same name. Nobody gets credit for something that's not theirs, and it all goes to the right person. So in this way, like here's mine, and I have all of my information, some website links, my work history, education, a single works of mine. But all this stuff is available so that people can easily identify who the researcher is. But this service, Orchid, and their API feeds into several other things, like really cool R packages by building the CV, by building your works and your list of bibliographical entries on your CVs. If you're using like the, I think it's just Vitae, yeah, the Vitae package for curriculum Vitae. But Orchid is also really useful because it feeds into other things like Impact Story. And I don't have one here because I don't really have any publications for myself. I don't think I have anybody else on here, but there's really this is really useful for seeing like your impact on whatever field of research you have. And then there's also lens.org, which is really cool because it is also, again, fed with Orchid. And I'm going to log in with my Orchid here. And you'll see how cool the lens.org is. And this is also useful for discovery as well. So we can actually go in and we can look at, let's say, scholarly works. And there's a lot of cool things you can look at based on that API. So all different kinds of really cool metrics and things to dive into. And this all feeds from Orchid. So that's like the way of networking with all of this knowledge and academia, citations, research papers, this whole workflow. Now, I'm not going to go through it because I've done videos on it before, but editing papers using Zotero's editor or just using highlights and an iPad or whatever, any sort of tablet, cloud service, and Zotero is written in the web stack, so it's on every platform. You can edit papers with a stylus and a tablet on your tablets, and then send those annotations back to Zotero and continue on with this workflow. And that's a very complex, very large workflow nebula of apps and functionality. But research papers are probably one of the funnest things for me to process. And that is kind of the sphere of things about how I use those things. The next type of input I have is just pure thoughts. You're just driving along, you have an idea, oh, I need to remember that. That's when I work with my quick capture with the voice assistant and Todoist. But once I have those ideas and I have them somewhere, I can pick them out and then actually make a note in Obsidian for a purely original thought, something that just occurred to me. Almost nothing's original anymore. So like you think about it, but it could just be, oh, you and somebody else spontaneously thought of the exact same thing. Kind of like how I think it was calculus or something with Newton and somebody else, or I don't know, about how calculus was basically invented in two complete, mutually distinct areas of the world at the same time through serendipity. So same kind of concept is get the rough idea out, brain dump, get it out of your head, and quick capture it so you can come back to it later. And what I do is then once I have that quick capture idea, I make a note in in Obsidian, and I write down all this information. So the formation date, the title, type tags, whatever. And then here's the actual, like me working through it is what is my thought? And then I make that bullet point. What's the TLDR of that thought? It's too long, didn't read, what's the summary? Now I think about it, I chew on that idea, and I really start to, okay, let's think about this. Let's really dissect this. And then what's the actual refined information of the thought, the point? Then what are any relevant contexts to link this to? What led me to this thought? and just trying to facilitate that that process of trying to distill useful information from this rough idea, because this is the input. So this isn't actually the idea notes that come from this, the evergreen notes. This is just the playground, the sandbox to build something. And so I get that all that rough stuff out, just brain dump onto that note, and then I refine those outputs into that input note into the actual evergreen notes in my system. And those are the just pure thought inputs into my Zettelkasten. And I pre-pen those with the equal sign. And so I have one I have a couple I actually haven't dove into too deeply yet, like this one about why people are afraid of languages dying and going away versus moving towards a common method of human communication, yada, yada, yada. There's a lot of just like brain dumping here about why and what is the reason to save dying languages. Just an idea, something that, where to get this thought from, and this is something that I'm going to dive into and flesh out. It's really raw, rough here, and this isn't something like, oh, I believe that. This is what I believe, or anything. It's really, this is a raw thought, raw information just dumped here. And so this is the type of thing that I might do for just thoughts that occur to me when reading something. Next thing I want to talk about is just some terminology that we use in this PCAM space. There's a lot of like actors and people in this space talking about a lot of really cool and interesting things. And one of the very influential people is Andy Matuszak, who is, I believe, a former developer for Apple and has done some really important and really big work. And one of the cool things that we've gotten from Andy is also the style of website where it has like these sliding panes where things stack over to the side and you continue to open up new notes. And I prefer that as kind of like a digital version of spreading your note cards out on your desk, because it's all visible top level at the same time. It's not quite as nice and easy as a physical note card spread out, but it's a digital system and a digital way of viewing this. And the bigger your screen, the more notes you can look at the same time, I guess. But evergreen notes. I've heard about evergreen notes from Andy Matuszak. There's also things that I've heard about like atomic notes or maps of content or Zettelkasten, all these different terms. Zettelkasten being from Niklas Luhmann, the German sociologist, who basically just took a note card for each individual thought and idea, linked them together, and kept citation information for the sources, and basically created an inhuman amount and volume of work that still is astounding by today's standards. And a lot of these systems are basically just resurfacing, and people are rehashing it and talking about how to manage your information, your personal knowledge, connect your ideas, and use those things as external frameworks for thought. And let's break all this stuff down a little bit. From Andy Matuszak, on his website, evergreen atomic notes. In essence, a note should be an atomic unit of thought. This note is particularly about language and how it is dying out in certain areas. Why does a language die? That's an atomic thought. If it's too big, maybe it needs to be split up a bit, but maybe you can talk about this is why languages die. This is why languages should be preserved. Those two things shouldn't be on the same note. They should be two separate notes, maybe linked to a parent map of content or something. But the atomicity of ideas is take an idea and make a note only about a singular idea. Now, people in using certain outliner applications like Roam Research or LogSec or anything that kind of has all of these different relationships between the bullet points of parents and children and all this other stuff, talk a lot about how it's hard to do a lot of the relationship type associations and queries that they do in those outliner applications in a system like Obsidian that uses markdown files as a unit of thought instead of an individual bullet point. So it's a different paradigm, but it's still possible when you treat these markdown files as atoms of thought. So in a particular file, and its very long descriptive name, which is what I do, is a single unit of thought, not a particular bullet point within a file, which you still can link to using, block references or using header references, section references, all this other different stuff is possible. But the real power comes from just treating a markdown file as an atom of thought, and then tying these things together into your framework. And the whole purpose of doing all of this is to build that external framework. And we'll get into that next, but evergreen. What the heck is an evergreen note? And it might be exactly what it sounds like. An evergreen tree is a tree that is green year-round. But an evergreen note is something that is established. It is always there, present, it's evergreen, it's always in the peak of health. It exists. But what we do with evergreen notes is that we actively curate them over time. It exists, it's done, quote unquote done, but as we discover new information, make new connections, associations, relationships, and we flesh out more information in our framework, we connect and revise and update and polish these evergreen notes. And so it's evergreen just because it's constantly being under active curation, and you edit, update, and expand on the knowledge you have. But it's a done note. It's done, it's completed, but nothing's ever really completed. So what we do is we just constantly curate these active evergreen notes that are also atomic in scope. So it's a very atomic idea about a particular topic. It's evergreen, but it's actively curated over time. And then we densely link these things. They have API-like titles, application programming interface. It's a title that is descriptive of the atomic idea contained within that note. And then whenever you link that title of that note into any other note, you can basically plop that inline in text. So I could say ADHD hyperfocus is a double-edged sword of both deep work and avoidance. And that is just a pure descriptive title of a note that I have on that topic that I can then drop inside of text in any other note, and actually it reads like plain language, prose. And that is exactly the point. So now those titles are descriptive. They're like an API. You know exactly what you're going to get, and you can go into it and then get the data from it. And then if you even wanted to, link to specific blocks in there using the block references in Obsidian, or if you're using this system as an outliner like this, there are ways of dealing with this in logsec too. There's a great video by Santi Younger about using both logsec and Obsidian at the same time as two views into the same vault. But we densely link them, we curate them over time, they are atomic in scope, and then just constant curation of these systems through something like random note traversal or just following the links and associations is an active practice in spaced repetition. It's not as structured and formalized as actual timed intervals, which there are plugins in Obsidian to do that on your notes. I just don't, but there is that option available to you. So if you wanted to do that, you can combine not only Zettelkasten, but atomic evergreen notes with a spaced repetition workflow to basically treat this as a huge, incredible, and useful external framework for thought that helps you retain, connect, and grow your knowledge base and your second brain. And diving into framework for thought a little bit deeper, let's talk about that a little bit. An external framework for thought has kind of two major meanings for me. One is the one that is kind of applicable to everyone who's really doing this nowadays and is in this space, dealing with Zettelkasten and thoughts and notes and Obsidian and all this other stuff. The other one is actually how my brain works because of ADHD. And I talk a lot about ADHD because it's my normal, it's my life. It is something that is pervasive and affects almost every aspect of my life. So of course I'm going to talk about it, and I'm going to be speaking from the frame of reference of somebody who has this. Now, the external framework for thought in the conventional sense to me is we can't hold all this stuff in our head. And just like a programmer, if you're sitting there for an hour focusing on a problem, you're building all these abstractions. And, you know, there's a great comic by XKCD about it, about how you're sitting there and you just see these thought bubbles forming, and building, and there's little structures and stuff building in these thought bubbles. Somebody comes, knock, knock, hey, how was your weekend? Pop, everything goes away. All the abstractions you were holding in your head just disappear because you were interrupted in that thought process of holding all this stuff in your head, building these abstractions and building this structure, this visualization in your head of what is going on, how to conceptualize this. And with that external framework for thought, you're not holding that in your head anymore. All the connections of these ideas, their relationships, the actual fleshing out of the content is already in an external source, a digital second brain with links and connections and tags and searches and filters and sorts and anything that can be operated on programmatically or with searching. All this stuff is already available in a structured, curated system by you over here. You have an active practice in spaced repetition through random curation, or an actual formalized practice of spaced repetition. So not only do you actually have a better chance of retaining what you have in there, but it exists external to your own brain, which is the important point. Because now, let's say you want to write a paper. You don't know where to start. Oh, hey, here are all of these notes with their relationships and their connections that already exist. Let's pick something that you want to talk about. And okay, here's what I want to talk about. I have a note about that. Then follow the links. follow the links to every associated idea, and all of their links, and all of their links. And all of a sudden, everything begins to flow. The structure, the outline, the prompt topic areas, even some of the content is your own original creation and thoughts on topics. So it's not paraphrasing, it's not copy and pasting or copy pasta. It's actually your own unique content on a particular topic. So you can't always just directly copy and paste your notes into a paper, but you have all of that work already done for you to then apply to this paper. You polish it up, you make it read consistently like prose, follow the outline, build a story, and now you have that piece of content uniquely generated from your own content and thoughts, but you don't have to sit there getting writer's block. Where do I begin? Have to build all these abstractions just to get into the zone to write something cohesive. And even then, is it really cohesive, or is it only what you were able to abstract and build in that current moment versus having all of these relationships and links already made and built that you can then connect, plop onto the page, and polish? It's much easier to revise something than it is to create it from scratch in regards to writing. At least that's how it is for me, in my opinion. Because I already struggle with writing in general, Gingkoapp makes it a lot easier to deal with, but doing anything like that without having some system like this to outline, bullet point, link my thoughts, and connect my ideas together for writing is a nightmare. I hate writing until I discovered this and this whole system of having this external framework. So this ties in with ADHD because I already have trouble holding anything in my head. I will build my abstractions and then I get distracted because I can't retain all of that unless I'm in a hyper-fixated state. That doesn't always happen unless I'm actually interested in something, interest-based attention. So I can do this with programming, no problem. I can sit there for 5 hours, 9 hours straight, building abstractions about code and figuring out a problem and doing some really intense, deep work. But if it's something I'm not super interested in like that, like writing, then it's a nightmare and I can barely handle it. Which is why these tools and approaches really help. This external framework makes the abstraction process, the organization, the links and relationships, and the prompts easy to deal with. I can just look at that, write some content. Okay, we're flowing now. It's building, it's going, and I'm done. Now I just polish and look through this draft. It was a lot less effort than writing from scratch, and now I have something that's a better quality product. And that is why the external framework for thought works so well for me, but also why this is a valuable system to even attempt to build. Why take notes and create and collect all of these notes and knowledge if you're not actually going to apply it and use it? Even if you don't want to be an academic paper writer, you want to write some fiction, you want to make a D&D campaign, or you want to just have some place where your thoughts are and live in an organized fashion so that you don't lose anything. And hey, maybe you even want to pass this down to some descendants or something. Here's what I thought about all these things and how my brain was organized. Linking this like dendrites in your brain, rhizomes of tree roots, the structures that occur commonly in nature, this is a great organic system that grows and scales and becomes deeper, nested, and connected, and it has all of this great information to help you facilitate a creative process as an external framework for thought. It's a really great concept. I get really excited talking about it, as if you couldn't tell. Now, I've already talked a little bit about mocks or maps of content already, and I'm not going to beat the dead horse because I've already really kind of hit the point home of like what a map of content is like. Dendrites or the interconnected web of your mocks together. Yeah, there's the term map of content came from How to Make a Complete Map of Every Thought You Think by Leon Kimbrough. And they are basically useful higher order notes for jumping off points into your knowledge base. If you have 30,000 plus whatever notes, then you might want to have some level of structure, even if that structure is organic network graphs versus rigid folder hierarchies, because now you could say, here's the topic, here are the major areas of the topic, here's some discussions about that major area, and then here are the links and connected notes to that topic and the things that they're connected to, and follow it from there. But you jump off into that particular scope and area over there versus just randomly opening search, which might not be helpful once your system scales to a point where you reach like a level of density of notes that it's unwieldy at that point. But also using hard links instead of folders and tags for loose association or status, we don't need to file everything There's nothing that gets filed. It's just a giant pile, but using some of these structures of metadata and linking and search, filter, sort, all of this facilitates the discovery and rediscovery process without having to deal with a lot of cognitive load and management of a system where you have to find where something lives and file it and file everything. There is none of that. So you reduce the cognitive load of having to deal with all of that processing by just toss it onto the pile. Give it a piece of metadata, give it a hard link, and now you know and how you're going to find it. There you go. And I talked about how I made my mocks, where I make my notes and I use tags, which are really just bidirectional links to something that doesn't exist, like the word society. And when enough things tag that note that doesn't exist, the note called society, then I can see the red node on my graph get larger and larger. Actually, not that one. I can see that node get larger and larger as a giant, large red node on my graph. If I can get my filters set up again. And I can find those and say, okay, where is a great node for mocks? And I probably need to filter out my journal again because I have many notes from there. So let's find a large one. And okay, here's one, magic. Okay, where's another? Let's see. Okay, here we got knowledge formation again. So seeing these nodes get a lot of connections, look at all those nodes tagged with that. And seeing them get bigger is like, okay, that is a very large topic area in my vault that I should probably talk about and make it into a mock. And that's why each of these mocks are big enough, because they have so many different things connected to them, that it makes it really easy to say, okay, I talk about this a lot. I talk about ADHD quite a lot. Make them into a mock. And then every bidirectional link that exists to that note that doesn't exist yet, all of a sudden now has a link to that note. I talked about how you might have to do some refactoring after that to deal with not everything should be linked to the mock directly. Maybe you have subject areas, but that's something that can happen over time as you actively curate. But the whole graduation process of a note tag that doesn't exist yet into a full-fledged map of content is something that you can actually do with intention and make that happen over time. And then using the graph to visually see the nodes gaining prominence. We can promote that to a mock, and let's just say you want to have a view of a bunch of different notes on a mock that you don't want to have all those links to. Well, this is where something like Dataview comes in handy, is that you can have a table of links to different notes that reference that, maybe, or some other search, but when you have results in Dataview, even though they're links that you can click and follow to the notes, having them in Dataview doesn't actually connect them to the mock itself. So you don't actually get all of that link spam. It's only what you actually hard link. So Dataview is a useful way of getting a lens into what is actually connected to your mock, or not, but without actually building excess links. Let's see here, and you could use the backlinks pane with mocks to see what's connected to them, or just what you actually have in line. And then, yeah, the higher order view. So if I actually opened up my global graph and filtered based on my mock tag, which I can do if my system will let me here, and filter to a tag of my maps of content, then this will show me only the maps of content and shows me the higher order structure of my vault, my second brain, all the different areas that I talk about that are outlined in a tree, dendrite, rhizome-like structure. Here's my main home index note, and then all the areas that span off and around from my index note. Already right there. There we go. This is a great way of organizing your system organically. There's no nested folders. Nothing has to live in 5 locations and be copied 5 times. They all live in an organic network diagram like this. And I can then show this higher order view of everything with absolutely minimal effort, which is another key aspect, is that it's not a lot of effort to do this and set up this process. So I don't have to worry about all the cognitive load of having to organize this. I just make my notes, graduate mocks when it becomes applicable to, connect them, and then we're good. And this is a high level view into the content of my vault. And that's really all I have to say on mock at this point. There's been several videos, lots of explanations about it. Maps of content are a great way, in my opinion, of organizing your vault to see and connect and organize whatever you want without a rigid folder hierarchy. Continuing on with some of the reasons why Zettelkasten, Obsidian, and ADHD all seem to kind of revolve around each other, like binary or triple orbiting stars. There's a lot of struggles that come with having ADHD, and in regards to this field, this practice, second brain, frameworks, external thought, blah, 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 all this stuff, there's a lot of struggles with ADHD that really are made easier or reduced by having this system and the way that I use this system for me personally. So like I struggle with working, I think it's nonverbal working memory is the one that ADHD people struggle with. So thinking about something, if I'm walking from one end of my house to the other and I need to write down or remember 3 things, I can't literally hold that in my head. I actually have to speak it. So I would be walking through my house, be like, laundry, dishes, milk, laundry, dishes, milk, laundry, dishes, milk. And I have to do that until I can like either write it down or I have to chant that until I actually accomplish all 3 tasks. And it's really strange to some people to see that, but I literally cannot hold some of that stuff in my head at all. If I just hold it in there, don't say anything, just walk to the end of my house, I might remember one thing, but I lose it. And it's a real pain because I might need to actually remember something and I can't for the life of me remember it. So working with that, that's when something like quick capture comes in handy. Quick capture into Todoist or something like Obsidian if it's like a note. But I also struggle with, it's not necessarily object impermanence. Somebody actually corrected me on this, but it's just the preference for top level structures. And I have a note about this, about how with ADHD, something like putting vegetables in a crisper drawer or having tons of nested folders. If it's out of sight, it's literally out of mind and I can't find anything, or I just won't even remember it, that it even exists because I don't see it. So I prefer the top level structures, and ADHD people seem to do better with top level structures and everything spread out, which is why, you know, clutter for us is not really clutter per se. It might just be, I can see everything. I know where everything is if you don't move or touch my stuff. So it's not so much that I'm, you know, messy. It's just that I need to see everything. And then it all has a place when I look at it. But sometimes that gets to be too much, too busy, too stimulating, too much going on. Then I need to put some stuff away. Otherwise, I'm too overwhelmed and I can't actually do anything because I get overwhelmed or some sort of stimulation overload. So with this point is I avoid nested folder hierarchies, or I keep it very minimal like Johnny Decimal, or I rely on things like search, because this makes it easy for me to find things because I don't have to dig through folders. Everything's top level. I can just open up a search bar and find it, and it's good. And that is what I prefer about the issue of finding things and keeping top level structures. So this whole Zettelkasten system with maps of content, no folders, that facilitates a top level structure of my knowledge management and my external framework for thought, that it facilitates a better experience for me when it just comes to thinking, processing, and remembering things. And then I'm impulsive because impulsivity is kind of like a hallmark of ADHD, especially if you have like a hyperactive type. And so what I might do is impulsively, oh, I'll read this later, and then add it to a collection, just constantly building up, I want to read that, I want to read that, watch that later, build up all these lists of things I'm going to get to. And, you know, it feels good to build that list of, oh yeah, I'm going to read that later, I'm going to read that later, I'm going to read that later. And just hoarding things isn't actually processing them, isn't actually useful. If you just read 50 articles about your top 5 whatever from medium.com, that's not really useful or facilitating like new knowledge in your system. It's just, I mean, in essence, it's masturbatory. It's not really getting you any value. It just feels good to feel like you're processing things and moving forward and getting information. It's the collector's fallacy. You collect things and you build up this collection of stuff. But does it actually get you anywhere? Does it actually give you any value? Does it move you forward to your goal? Or are you just spinning your wheels feeling good about collecting stuff? So getting away from the impulsive collector's fallacy is a really useful feature of this, because also when you have to process things in this rigid way for Zettelkasten, you're basically looking at something and asking questions, reading slowly, really digging into the material, not just reading something in the author's passive voice. You actually have to think about it. And that extra effort is both an issue with executive dysfunction of, I have to go through all that effort to process this, so therefore, I don't have the effort right now, I'm just going to do that later. That's one aspect. The other is you're only going to process things of quality input because you don't want to waste time with junk inputs. Top 5 VS Code extensions. That's not really going to be helpful for me when building my knowledge base over here. Something like why VS Code revolutionized the software industry, blah, 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 might be an interesting article. You might want to read and understand something about the software industry and then add some notes about it. That's the type of thing you need to be aware of, is what is actually a quality input? Is it worth your time to process? Because you have to process it in a way that actually is providing value to you and your system. So getting away from the collector's fallacy is a constant battle of dealing with impulsiveness. But then again, also executive dysfunction. This is a lot of work and effort to go to process an input in this manner and style. So you reduce your need for decision making on where to file things. That reduces the executive dysfunction issue. And I like to think of executive dysfunction as kind of like a mountain you have to climb. Now, if it's a very low level of executive dysfunction, I need to take out the trash. That's not a mountain to climb, that's a hill to walk over. But I need to write a research paper. That is like climbing Mount Everest. The starting energy and preparation you need to do to get to that point of doing that type of task is huge. So doing things like reducing the amount of decisions you need to make to reduce cognitive load and finding things easier, reducing decisions, and basically grease these grooves, reduce friction, make everything fluid, easy, top of mind, top level, and facilitate this work in a way that reduces as much friction as possible, but still requires the rigorous reading and analyzing of the content so that it's still value added. This is how this system both works and facilitates an active process for me having ADHD. And ultimately, I don't like to lose anything ever, which is why I outsource basically my entire brain to software. I live off my calendar. I have all my tasks in my task management system, so Todoist and iCal, insert calendar here, doesn't matter. But I have tasks, I time block on my calendar, I live off my calendar, I go through my tasks, and then through all of this system of mocks, filing, filtering, tagging, all this stuff, this is how I deal with my life, because I cannot hold any of this stuff in my head. Otherwise, it takes up too much time, energy, decisions, cognitive load, and I get overwhelmed and I can't handle anything. The more I externalize, the more resources I have in my brain for actually having thoughts instead of storing them. And that helps me manage all the things that I'm interested in and that I'm doing in my daily life. People ask me all the time, you have ADHD. How the hell do you manage to do all of this? I thought you guys were supposed to struggle with things like this. I do struggle. I just don't broadcast a lot of the struggles all the time. But I also have identified strategies that make my life easier by using these tools, methods, approaches, philosophies, strategies, and different things to help me manage my life, without which I wouldn't be able to do half of what I do. And I still struggle. You just don't see it all the time, and it's not always on camera. And I do talk about it sometimes, but there's a lot that just goes on that you don't see. And this is how I honestly can keep on top of a lot of things that make my life easier to manage. Software. Externalize things to software. So now we're going to get into something a little bit more like technical or personal, which is what are the plugins I'm using in Obsidian and why do I use them? So let's go look through my plugins. So in my community plugins, I have add codemirror matchbracket.js. And excuse me, this really just adds more quality of life to Vim mode because I use Vim, or the Vim emulation, inside of Obsidian. So without this, yank A, or I guess yank I, and then a paren here would be yank inner paren, basically yank the contents inside of parentheses. So if I actually did that down here, and I did parentheses, hello, and then I'm in Vim mode. That's why I have an orange cursor block. I could do Y, I, and then paren, and that would give me the interior contents. Now if I hit P for paste, oh, it actually works. But now if I do Y, A, paren, it gives me all of it. So maybe that plugin isn't necessary anymore, but normally there are some quality of life things in here that do not actually function, and you need to usually make custom vimrc or Vim configuration stuff to work, but I'm just going to leave it on just because it doesn't hurt anything. But that is also something that's really useful, is delete inner, yank inner for these different symbols. That's more quality of life stuff for Vim mode. Next is advanced tables. Advanced tables is freaking incredible. I love this plugin, and it makes life so easy because I'm going to add a table down here. And again, already with the plugin is table, or whoops, that's my templates, table, and I could say open the toolbar, or I could say insert table. I guess it doesn't have the insert table anymore, but oh, that's right, because I have a template. I don't do this often, as you can see. So table, insert a table template, and so now I'm inside of here. So title, but here's where advanced table is really, really awesome, is I can hit tab, and I can go to the next column. Next, I can hit tab again, and I'm now, oh wait, do I want to make a new column? Yes, and I can hit tab, and it makes it for me. I can hit enter, and now I'm here. Tab again, here, and then finally here. Now if I hit tab again, you see how this one is all, this pipe over here is like super stretched out? I don't like that. Well, when you hit tab and move in the columns of advanced table, then this actually reformats your tables for you. This doesn't change how it's viewed. Like if I just did that and then actually rendered the preview, it wouldn't change anything. It would still look perfectly fine, but this makes edit mode reading a lot easier for you. And I love this. And this is without even using the toolbar, because honestly, I don't need to do too much with this. And I would, if I actually need to, what I would do is probably just insert, a column or a row. So I could just do, command, row, move row up, down, sort, delete, insert. Here's all the commands, but oh my gosh, assert row before current. Bam, there's a new row here, enter, and now I'm here. Now you can't see my cursor because of my theme, which is kind of annoying. I could fix it, but I honestly just don't care. I don't really have a need to. But now I could also like say column, insert column before current, and now we have a new column. And these are the main things I do for, table management, because there's a command to shift a row down or up, but I mean, I could just put my cursor here and do, alt up and down, or option if you're on Mac, and that's all I need to do for that. But inserting new rows and columns is an incredibly awesome feature. The tabbing between cells or enter to go down to the next cell is, again, really, really awesome and a really value-added feature. So that's what I use advanced tables for, and I think it's a really useful plugin. So next, better word count and calendar plugin, and the copy button for code blocks. So better word count is really just this down here. Now that normally will just tell you like the amount of words on a page. There's one for reading time, but this one tells characters. I forget exactly the pros and cons, but I do like that. And if you're on the global graph view, it will also tell you things like this many files, this many words, this many characters out of your entire vault. And that is really neat as well. There's also the calendar plugin, which is absolutely a godsend that I think everyone should probably be using if they don't already. There's ways of using like metadata tags on the actual daily notes to display tags here as well. I don't really use that. The dots show you the amount of writing on your daily notes, but you can click on this and it would actually prompt you to make a daily note or not. Weekly note, and then I don't think my request has been added yet. The pop-up here, yeah, I think it was actually a request to make a monthly note by clicking the month or the year, either way. But this is a great way of managing when you make your daily notes, keeping your daily notes going, like, oh, I missed one, make it. And so I usually create my weekly notes by clicking on the week. This is a great way of keeping track of, your journal and your weekly daily notes. And the other one was code blocks. So if I insert something like HTML, and I want to say a paragraph tag, hello world, and now you can see that this has actually syntax highlighted. That's another plugin, is to have syntax highlighting in edit mode. But now I have an HTML code block here. Now if I render this, now the style of this is just based on CSS that I have, so you can ignore that. But the copy button here is the other plugin. Copying that, I now have that content copied to my clipboard, so I can now paste that, and there's the content of the code block. That is awesome and essential, because if I have a lot of code or anything in code blocks that I want to copy and grab and use somewhere else, I can just quickly click that button, and now I have my snippet on my clipboard. Bam, that's it. And that is an incredibly useful feature when you have a lot of code in your system. Next three we have our cycle through panes, Dataview, and Discord rich presence. I'll start with the last first and then the second. So Discord Rich Presence is really just this little, I think it's this icon, yeah, reconnect. So it basically just says on Discord that you're playing a game called Obsidian, and you can even have it set to say what note you're on. That's kind of just like a cool status thing. The other thing, my working memory fails me again because I don't remember what that was already. Haha. Cycle through panes. Okay, so that one's a really useful one because now if I open up another note, and let's say I'm on this one or I have several over here, I can do Control Tab, I think it is for me, and I can tab through these different notes, but also that would put me all the way over here, but then when I close out of these notes, it just sends me back down in my order of where I was on it. And that is actually a really useful feature for me because I often have many things open and I want to just tab through them, or I just want to go tab to go to the next. So cycling through panes is actually an incredibly useful feature for me, as well as the maximizing panes, which is I do with Command-Shift-X or Control-Shift-X if it was Windows, and then I can quickly hit Escape and get out of that mode. Doesn't play nice with Vim, because if I'm in full screen mode and I'm in insert mode in Vim and I hit Escape to go back to normal mode, like bam there, it removes me from full screen. So it's kind of a pain, but bam. And then finally, Dataview. I'm sure everyone has heard about Dataview right now. Dataview is incredible because you get queries that really are incredibly powerful because you can also access the metadata in the YAML header of your files. So I can easily just have all this different type of content available to me through simple list and SQL-like syntax. So I can basically just ask questions of my vault and have items returned to me. It's incredibly useful and just an all-around great plugin. There's a lot of documentation to unpack, and maybe I might make a better video about it in the future, but Dataview is probably one of the best plugins for Obsidian. Some of these I'm not going to go into too much detail. Editor syntax highlight is just being in edit mode, and you saw that I had syntax highlighting on the code block for HTML. This is the plugin that does that. I have extended mathjax for when I actually write mathjax LaTeX code, so it actually displays equations. This is for an additional preamble for packages and extensions for other different things. And so I think there's actually some stuff I do with this for managing equations with color descriptions, but I haven't used too much of this recently, but this is a really useful one if you do things with mathjax. We also have File Explorer Note Count. This is, okay, so I guess this is not the word count one, but this actually shows how many notes. Oh wait, this is different, yeah. I love this one. I just found this recently. This one, so we have File Explorer and we have full screen mode. So File Explorer I love because now I can actually see under each of these folders, no matter how many levels of nesting there are, how many notes are inside of each folder. So I can see I have 352 daily notes in there. I got 15 monthly notes, 57 weekly, and 2 annual notes. And it rolls up into that total. Same thing for any of these other ones. Like I have all of the counts of everything in here. Now the only thing is I don't have, oh yeah, I do have a root count for the root of the directory. So that's a really useful facet of information for me because I like seeing the count of items on folders, especially the nested levels. And then finally, full screen for the other one that I had open at that time is just what I showed you earlier, is just I can now make this whole thing a full screen mode. And that's really useful when I want to zoom in on if I have a bunch of leaves open and I'm cycling through the panes and I want to say, oh, no, that one, full screen that one to work on it. There we go. That would be like my workflow for that. Next, I have highlight public notes. I haven't done this yet and it's turned off. But what I want to use this for is that when Obsidian Publish gets some option to basically have a YAML front matter key value pair, like publish, true or false, and have that basically be what determines whether you want to have something to be published or not, instead of just having to click on every item in the menu, then what I can do is I can also have a key value pair that basically asks public and then say yes or no, or have it look for the publish keyword, true or false or whatever, and basically showing it, is this a public note? And then this would highlight it in red saying, oh, this is a public note, so be careful what you put on there. And this is a great visual indicator of when something might not be okay to put out into the public, so be careful what you put on there. I've already shown you my Kanban boards before, but this is done with the Kanban plugin, and this is a great plugin that is also incredibly useful. I like both of my Kanban approaches with the Dataview query table in Markdown for that live updating thing list of things that are tagged, But the Kanban board is also really useful for moving things manually through processing if you wanted to do that as well. Kindle highlights, I haven't dug into too much yet. I still on my to-do list. I made a video about my Kindle workflow with the Kindle Notes, and I'm leaning towards doing Kindle highlights plugin versus my normal Booksision and Amazon notebook interface workflow. So I haven't dug into this too much, but that is what I'm going to be using for this. Metatable and mindmap. Metatable is really useful because if I go to something like my map of content, now this is edit mode. When I go to preview, this nice visual display is not done with CSS. It's done with that metatable plugin. This basically shows you a collapsible visual of the metadata for your note up at the top in a more aesthetic and pleasing manner. And I really enjoy that. Next would be mindmap. And mindmap is really useful for something to show based on the structure of the outliner or the headings of what does your note look like in a mind map. And I have that linked to option M. So for this particular video script for this whole video, this is the mind map for it, and it's really detailed. So I have a lot of stuff going on here, and we are about right here. And so all of this stuff can be really useful to view through mind map, because now I can just collapse different nodes if I wanted to, collapse that one, done with that. And we can move through all these different areas and work with this mind map. And I really, really like this plugin sometimes. It's not the best experience if you're doing it in the mind map view and having to edit this. You can't save this particular view of things. So it's sort of unwieldy sometimes. I can't add something from here. Now, if I had it open on the side and I add new things, that might work. But it's also just useful to view. And so that's what I might use it for. Here are three more. Natural language dates is basically just NLP, or natural language processing. You can type Tuesday and it knows that you're talking about the next Tuesday. Or if you could say in 3 days, so 3 days from now, whatever that date is, that is the value. And this is used in a variety of other plugins to help with natural language processing of date inputs by people. So you can say for the review plugin, I want to review this in 3 days. And so this would then take that, whatever link you're talking about, and then 3 days from now, add it to that daily note in 3 days. Paste URL and selection and pane relief are two really good ones. Now, pane relief is another really great plugin that lets you use hotkeys for manipulating and moving through panes, as well as having pane history. That is incredibly, incredibly useful, because now I can go forward and go backwards into the different history of each leaf pane that I have open. So when I'm cycling through them, they each have a history. I want a full screen one, I can do that. And I can go back and forth in the history. All three of those plugins play very nicely together. And then one of my favorites is the paste link and over selection. So if I have my website here, and then I have some text, I can select that text, and paste link into selection is saying, I'm going to paste over this text, Control-Shift-V, and now it's a markdown link to my website. That is a very useful piece of functionality that I use all the time. Instead of having to type a markdown link, or you do some special hotkey or anything, I just Control-Shift-Paste. And if I just do that over blank, it doesn't do anything. But if you have any text selected and you do it, there you go. And I love that plugin because it's incredibly useful for me. Next, I have periodic notes, recent files, and relative line numbers. So periodic notes I use only to facilitate making a monthly note whenever I'm doing it. So I can just do periodic note, and I can do open monthly note. That's the only thing I use it for. I could just do it a different way. I could get rid of a plugin, but honestly, it's just easy. I just set it up and I just do that. I have recent files, which show me a pane like this that shows me the recent files that I have edited. And I use this often because I might edit something and want to go back to it instead of having to open a search. Here is that search. It's another one of those smart lenses into what I've just done today. And then I also have relative line numbers. So if I use Vim mode, this is essential. So now I'm on line 219, but I don't want to have to type line 221, go there. I can just say, hey, 2 down, and now I'm 2 lines down, or 4 lines up, and there we go. And that is what I love about that plugin. I wanted relative line numbers for so long in here, and now if only RStudio can do it too. But relative line numbers using codemirror Awesome, 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 because now I can easily traverse with Vim up and down line numbers. Next I have review, show current open note, and sliding panes. Show current open note in the title is just this, show my currently open note and the file path. That's useful sometimes for seeing the file path. The review plugin is saying, hey, I want to review this in 2 days. So in 2 days, and looking at the calendar plugin, is the 8th. So I want to say, I think I just have it set to option R, review. Add this note to a daily note for review, or a block. So R or capital Shift R. And yeah, so let's just do this whole note. So option Shift R, and I want to say in 2 days. And so set review date. There we go. Set note this whole script for review on the 8th. And now the 8th exists. If we go there, it actually uses my daily note template, which doesn't always play nicely. But it does, and I have some of these templates that actually work based on the name of the note, which is a useful aspect. I need to change that one. But here we go, review. And here is a link for something that I need to review on this day. And that is incredibly useful for prompting yourself with reminders when you get there. Awesome. And sliding panes is simply just the fact that these panes can open up sideways. So I can open up that daily note, and now here's a pane to the side. If I turn that off, they would just be vertical panes that take up the equal amount of space. But sliding means that they can collapse like that. And if I open up that one, then, if I open up that one, then I also have, I actually don't want to open up that way. But here we go. See, it slides, it collapses. These are the sliding panes. And this was popularized by Andy Matuszak. And it's an incredibly useful way of viewing your notes, and I absolutely adore it. Things like this, or like Gingkoapp that show like cards or panes or columns of content, are really useful for me to conceptualize and visualize information and to have it all in front of me top level. These next 3 are incredibly value added. Smart Random Note, Supercharged Links, and Tag Wrangler. So supercharged links are what I showed on my timeline. Now that is actually what renders the links based on some YAML metadata, some information that I have on it. So if I went to here and show the raw view, the book renders it with a book icon, and the status actually renders the actual status item there. So this is actually really useful for me to display metadata like this in a visual way, supercharged links. Now, I also have the open random note from search. This is useful when I have a starred search for things that I only want to see, like only my evergreen notes or my Zettelkasten stuff. I can also just exclude paths. I can say from this search, open a random note, and that is my active curation. And that's really useful for me. So I can just open up a random note from that search result. And then I already forgot the last one because my brain hates me. Tag Wrangler. So we'll do Tag Wrangler and Templater. So Tag Wrangler is exactly what it might sound like, is I can take a tag and I can right click and I can rename every instance of this link through my vault. Now, when I do this through the command line with like sed, it actually changes a lot of the metadata about a particular tag, or about each particular file. So it kind of screws up a lot of the modified date, created date stuff for Dataview because of command line editing. So this is probably a better approach, but it's also really useful to make sure you don't accidentally change things you don't want to. So it actually only changes the tags as entities of tags through the, I'm sure, the TypeScript interface for this. So that's Tag Wrangler. And then Templater is absolutely incredible. I need to make another new video specifically on Templater, but I think it's over 100 templates. So 104. I have templates for everything, for Anki, for formatting, for my input notes, and the inputs are really just used with meta. So meta just calls any of these inputs based on the file type, and that's it. So I don't even access those. Mark is a useful one I have, so I can insert a template called marked for a markup, or I know that mark is the HTML element for highlighting. So I can do mark, and I get prompted like what color? Okay, let's do blue, and blue. And then I can actually hop over there, render it, and now I have a blue highlight. And now I got that from, I forget, I can't remember their name. It's somebody on the Discord server who's a CSS wizard. Chitosai or Chitel? I don't remember. Yeah, so I got that one from there, but there's a lot of other templates that I have, and Templater is really awesome, and their documentation is incredible because there's options that basically just lets you use arbitrary JavaScript. So what I have, like in my meta template, is if statements. If the file, first character of the file name begins with a character that follows my special symbol taxonomy, then insert the, include the file, my book template. And so what this does is this basically just lets me say, based on the first character of the file, find the character, and then insert the template for that type of input. And if it's not any of those, then insert the ordinary, normal, new template, which is just my new, typical evergreen note. There we go, a little sprout seedling. And that is just some of the magic of Templater. Templater is incredible. And the documentation about it, and then also just some of these plugins like Dataview or Templater letting you run large chunks of JavaScript is simply amazing. Like if I do mark, here we go. Here is a straight up JavaScript code that is the the templater template for mark. And this is all done with Templater. And there's stuff you can do with Dataview to have arbitrary JavaScript using Dataview.js that gives you even more functionality than ordinary Dataview with just like the SQL syntax, SQL-like syntax. So there is a lot of power when you can just straight up write code for these plugins that allow you to get a lot more additional control over what you're doing. And it's just incredible with what we can do. So Dataview and Templater like this are two of the most powerful and amazing plugins that exist, especially when you start replacing certain fields in your Dataview queries with Templater. When you make a new note, like every daily note I have, every daily note has a query that is inserted for looking for something, every note that was made on a particular day. And I just insert the name of this daily note into that query. So every time I make a new daily note, it shows me every other note that was made on that day. And I have all of these to relatively show me links that I care about. So no matter when I make a day or if the review plugin makes a note, it actually correctly identifies, okay, for this day, this daily note, this was the day prior, the day next, instead of it being on whatever current day I'm on. And this is an incredibly useful part of date manipulation using this syntax and basically just JavaScript in general. So I highly recommend Dataview and Templater plugins because they are incredibly powerful. Last but not least is the Zoom plugin. This was in the Outliner plugin, but I don't really like the outliner manipulation of bullet points very much. So I kind of just stick with just the Zoom plugin because that's all I really wanted was the Zoom functionality, which is really what you see me do here, where I have this and I just do the hotkey, which is like command period, and I zoom in to this particular area and I get my little path link of breadcrumbs. That's really what I use it for. And this is really awesome for writing in Obsidian when there's just too much stuff going on. I don't have like a Gingkoapp interface in here because no one's made that plugin yet. I would really like to see it. But until something like that exists, this is a great way of zooming in on a particular point, adding content, and then zooming back out to get a focused view on what you're writing. So I really like it and I use it all the time, except if there was a Gingkoapp plugin, in which case I would be using that one all the time. But those are the plugins that I use. There's hundreds of them, over 220 plugins as of right now for just the community plugins. And I don't use all that many, and most of them are just like for little pieces of quality of life. You don't need all the shiny toys. What helps you get work done, be productive, and facilitates your process, not just what's shiny. This last section is really just things that I recommend for people just getting into this or want to get some ideas of tools and applications and things they want to use. And if you want to support the channel too, there are ways of doing that without having to spend much, if any, money, or just affiliate links or codes you can use. So first off is, and I will put links to all of these things in the description and or pinned comments, so you can find these things there. How to Take Smart Notes. A lot of people love or hate this book. I really liked it because it doesn't tell you how to do this system, because ultimately there is no clearly defined A to Z way. They could give an example. Zonka Arens could give an example of like, this is a system, but that's only one kind. And by giving that kind of example, you also kind of limit people's view of like, okay, well, that's one, and then I could expand to change or do something completely different. But no, framing it in like, here's an example, could also just point to this, and then people might run with that saying like, this is how I have to do it. No. So some people don't like the book because they think that it doesn't really tell you enough about how to do the thing, and it's more about just like philosophy about why and where, and more about that, which is why I hope that some of these videos and something like this video kind of fills in that gap a little bit. Hey, you're inspired to do this video, to do this type of work now, this content, this second brain, knowledge base, personal knowledge management, Zettelkasten, all of that. You read the book, you're really inspired. How do I begin? Well, hopefully some of my videos and these types of videos like this one really help you do that and give you a starting point and show you like what a productivity PKM, personal knowledge management system comprises and what I think of it. And maybe this would be a good starting point for you to get something up and running, a minimum viable product, and then iterate on it and change it over time to suit your unique needs and desires. So I really like this book as a short, quick introduction to why do we do this, what are some of the pros, what are some of the history, and just why. It's not too expensive. It's like 10 bucks, I think, or 15 bucks. It's a really great read that goes very quickly. I read it in a day, and it's just a really great book to also get some notes and some citations from for research. There's some great academic citations in here that I still need to read up on, but really recommend that book. Obsidian, duh. I mean, that's why most people seem to be following my channel these days, is my Obsidian content. So obviously I highly recommend Obsidian for a Zettelkasten application. I mean, there's other things too that you could use. You could use Roam, Notion, Zettler. There's a myriad of applications that are trying to expand into the wiki link, bidirectional link, Zettelkasten space now because it's such a hot topic these days. Everyone and their mother is getting bidirectional links. But I still remain really committed to Obsidian for Zettelkasten. Everything around this application, the plugins, the markdown as a first-class citizen, and using everything plain text offline first, like Obsidian is my go-to application for all things PKM. Now I do use logsec for my devlog, but that's basically the only thing that's really external. Everything else I do is pretty much in Obsidian, and I really, really, really enjoy it for that. Raindrop.io, you don't need to pay for it. It can be completely free and still do almost everything you need. You can't have nested collections, which is really one of the major drawbacks, or the long-term snapshots. But if you don't mind, it's really easy to use compared to something like Pocket or some of the other equivalents. But basically, I really like Raindrop for capturing articles and things I want to read. And for a while, I'm not sure if you still can do it, but you were able to actually read Medium articles without the paywall through Raindrop. But I mean, you can easily do that without just going into private mode too. So there's that. I do highly recommend and love my Kindle. I use a Kindle Oasis. I'll put an affiliate link to there if you want to pick one up, but I really, really enjoy Kindle. And for reading books, especially nonfiction or things that aren't too heavy or dense, that requires a lot more annotations and note-taking, a lot more thought, in which case I probably would use something more like maybe the Kindle application on my iPad or something, and use like a stylus to mark up or whatever. I might do something different, but for Kindle, for like nonfiction or easy books, I really, really, really love it because it makes it easy for me to read in a place that is like, not a remote forest area. If you're on iOS or have a MacBook for AirDrop, the Air application for podcast notes is incredibly helpful and useful, if not a little weird trying to find out how to export everything. But it is really useful if you're really big about podcasts. I just I'm not really familiar with it anymore because I don't do it too often, but it is really useful. It's probably the go-to podcast workflow for notes from podcasts on iOS and Mac. Anki. There are a myriad of space repetition plugins and tools in Obsidian, and I made a video, like a comprehensive, like the absolute state of spaced repetition, which showed like all these different tools and applications that are available in Obsidian for doing spaced repetition natively, but also how to actually set up Obsidian to Anki, the syncing service between it, or just doing things in Anki. I highly recommend Anki as a service. It is completely free. It's open source. You don't have to pay for anything. If you're on iOS, you have to pay for the iOS app, but that's the only version of the application you need to pay for. If you're on Android, it's free. I love Anki. I use it every single day, and it's one of the best things for, honestly, helping me through school. Research Rabbit is my absolute favorite paper discovery service. I love the developers. I love what their product is. I love their mission, and I hope to do a lot of long-term partnerships and relationships and sponsorships with them in the future. Currently, a lot of their service, I think, is actually still on a wait list, and if you want to jump up to the top, as well as help out the channel, you can use my code, TALLGUYJENKS, all one word, try all caps, and that would help you get a little bit more ahead in the line, and it also helps me out with no cost to you. Research Rabbit is amazing, and I plan to do more videos on that in the future, like comprehensive overviews and how to set up everything and do everything. Zotero, completely open source, free to use, my absolute favorite reference manager. Now, reference manager is an absolutely critical tool for people working in the academic space with research papers. I've tried things like Mendeley, Jabref. I don't know if I've looked at Instapaper or any of these other things, but Zotero has my heart. I love it. It's highly extensible because it's open sourced, and their new beta is looking incredible as long as it could catch up to the old style workflow with Zotfile and MD Notes. But Zotero, I love it. And there's also some great Alfred workflows with it too. And the URI links. Gingkoapp, I love Gingkoapp for writing. It is a paid app, and it's relatively low cost, like $2 to $5 or so a month at minimum. I think it's pay what you want with a minimum of $2 right now. But Gingkoapp is an awesome application for writing. I absolutely adore it. I do all of my writing in Gingkoapp for school, my business newsletter, any articles from Medium. I write it all in Ginkgo, and I absolutely adore it. It's something that has actually made writing easier for me with like focus mode, full screen mode, and the card workflow. It's just incredible. I highly recommend Ginkgo. I covered memex for actually doing YouTube annotations. I talked a little bit about that. It's free. You can use that, and it grab all the annotations you want, copy paste into Obsidian, and done. And I love that. Highlights, the PDF viewer for Mac that I use for Zotero PDF editing, because I store my papers in Zotero, in the Zotero database. I can open up the PDFs in Highlights, make my annotations and my highlights, save it, close it, and I can extract those no problem. Highlights is a, I think it's freemium is the term. You don't have to pay for it. I haven't paid for it. Everything I do with it is not paid, but you can get like extra stuff for paying for it. I just haven't. Text Sniper. This one is also for Mac only, but there are equivalents for other systems. But I love Text Sniper. It's OCR, or optical character recognition. And what I love about it is that I can just do a hotkey, which is Command-Shift-2 for me. So instead of like Command-Shift-3 for grabbing a screenshot, this will actually open up Text Sniper to grab a screenshot of text like this. And then it copies that to the clipboard. I can paste, and it does OCR to grab the text to make copy and pasting easier. Doing that with Anki has made it a breeze to copy text from other sources like PDFs, which is kind of like scraping, grabbing text from PDFs is like scraping an egg off of a hot sidewalk. It's messy. I don't like it. So using this is a great tool for grabbing text and putting it into Anki quickly for making new flashcards. But what I also really like about it is a feature that does help me when I have headphones on and I'm reading my textbook is I have speed reading in my browser. So I have an extension that will actually grab the text and speed it up and read it back and show it to me at speed. But sometimes I want to just scan my eyes across the actual text, but have it audio as well, because that's an ADHD hack, which is read while you also have the audiobook going. And you can listen to the audiobook on faster speeds than 1x, so that you're actually receiving input at a speed that is actually conducive to holding onto your attention. And then you can actually scan the text at speed while also having it read to you, which is enough to keep your attention and focused on reading to actually do reading in a normal environment. So I actually really enjoy that hack. But what I do with Text Sniper, and I'm not sure if you'll be able to hear this, is that I also have a hotkey that while I'm in grab mode for capture, I can do Command S to turn text to speech on, which I can also adjust the speed of, and I can select some text and I'm not sure if you can hear that, but it actually will read back that text to me out loud. using the Apple Mac default voice thing, but it's really awesome because it is helpful when I'm reading a boring textbook sometimes and I just want to scan the text and have it read to me. It helps me actually put information in my head because I might be scanning but not actually reading in my internal voice to actually understand the text, which is a problem because then it's like I just scanned this entire paragraph but I didn't actually read it. So I need to reread it 3, 4, 5 times to actually get anything out of it. Well, this actually having it read to you helps a lot, which is why I really, really love Text Sniper. And there's an affiliate link there if you do want to pick it up. It's a low cost application, but it's absolutely awesome. I use it every day, to be honest. Next is Logsec, which is a free and open source application. They just now have a desktop client, but there is a web app that I've been using for a long time that syncs directly to GitHub, which I love. I use it for all of my devlog and my technical content and notes. So anything related to tech, applications, code, all goes in there, not my Zettelkasten. And there's a great course on it by Santa Younger, who I am using his affiliate program for. You can check out his Logsec course through this link, which I'll post down there. And I really, really love Logsec. I use it every day at work. I even got my coworker and my boss onto it. It's a really great tool for recording all of your technical notes and keeping track of all of this stuff. Again, another Mac thing is Alfred app. On Linux, it would be something like dmenu maybe, or there's some other stuff you could set up around dmenu to help with this as like an application launcher. But there's stuff like text expansion or shortcuts or workflows like opening up the Zotero workflow for opening papers in Zotero. There's a lot of workflows around Alfred. It's a kind of pricey, but pay once application. It's pretty much the one thing I would recommend, like absolutely the number one paid app I would always get on a MacBook, which is Alfred. Alfred is pretty awesome. It's kind of really fully featured. There's a lot of stuff you can get on it, so I highly recommend that. The next one I haven't used too much, but is MathPix. This is really useful for grabbing a screenshot of a math equation and then making it so you can actually export it to things like mathjax or pure LaTeX. So if you do a lot of things that work with formulas, MathPix is awesome. There is like, it's freemium, so like there's only so much you can actually gather with it. Like there's like a maximum of like 100 screenshots or something per month on the free version. But if you don't use it more often than that, like obviously I don't because 5 months ago, it's a useful free tool to a point, and I really do recommend it because it's actually really great with how it captures formulas to display as in other formats. And then finally, Todoist. For quick capture, Todoist has been incredible. You can email tasks to it and it can go to a specific project. There's projects, tags, priorities, natural language processing, quick things like, at for a tag, and then a hash for a project, and then P1 for the project, or for the priority. And you could say tomorrow to actually do a NLP, natural language processing reference. And then I don't think you can do at 8 p.m. Well, there you go. So then all of this stuff is all done with natural language processing and quick capture hotkeys. So you can just do, P1, there's the priority, hashtag, there's your projects, there's your tags, and then do natural language processing and then your actual task itself. Todoist is incredible. It's good enough. It's not overly complicated. It has enough features and enough bells and whistles and functionality to really get everything I need done without overcomplicating the system and me getting lost in just endless configuration, which as much as I wanted to like, which was it? It wasn't Alfred, it was Marvin, Amazing Marvin. As much as I wanted to like Amazing Marvin, there's just too much, and I got lost in the configuration and all the features and the shiny UI, and it was just too much for me to actually be productive. So the same thing goes for Notion. Too much for me, but Todoist is a perfect middle ground. It looks great, it works incredibly, and it's enough to get the work done. Highly recommend these tools. Links to all of them and all this stuff will be in the description and or the pinned comment, depending on what I have space for. And do check them out. If you want to support the channel, these are some great ways to do it, along with just the typical GitHub sponsors is my #1 top way of supporting the channel because they don't take any fees. Patreon or one-time donations with PayPal or Buy Me a Coffee. Or if you want to support with no monetary means at all or anything like this, just sharing the videos, commenting, liking, subscribing, being active, and helping the algorithm is probably the next best way to help out. And Thank you. So I want to say a big thank you to all of the Patreon patrons and GitHub sponsors for supporting this channel. This is never required, but I highly appreciate everyone who does support the channel. It does make it more motivating for me to continue to produce content, and I finally got around to doing this video. It's been long awaited, long asked for, and I finally got over my executive dysfunction to make it. And I'm really happy, and thank you for everyone's support for helping me get to this point where having content like this be desired, to where people ask me for it, support me, and show their appreciation is just, it's an awesome and incredible thing. And I love to speak to all of you through my newsletters, through email. So thank you for sponsoring, and thank you for supporting the channel. And I hope to see you in my newsletter and on my sponsors. And I would love to talk to you more.